Does this include scanners? We heard in the ad hoc committee about one scanner. What are we saying about detecting illicit goods coming through our borders? Do we have the relevant equipment to address it and to tighten border security? SAPS infrastructure. A couple of weeks ago, Chair, I visited the Hawks in Belleville, their office. Lord knows I wouldn't go to work. That building has been declared unfit many years ago. The morale of the members in that building is at an all-time low. Is that building part and parcel of the infrastructure upgrade? It cannot even be upgraded, must just be scrapped. These are the real issues on the ground. I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable James. Minister Kachalia.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the members who've asked very helpful and interesting questions. And they certainly, as I've keep emphasizing my engagements with the Chairperson, that they are extremely helpful also to the Ministry in identifying the issues that need focused attention. I'll try and address some of the questions, and then I'll hand over to General Mpane. Let me just start with some of the issues that Honourable James has raised, because I think that for this process to work, the oversight process, it's important that the agenda and the focus of this meeting is kept in view. So we were asked to prepare on the budget and the APP. And so we've had questions, for instance, about whether these targets are realistic or not. Those are helpful. I'll address all the questions that have been raised. We were not asked to report on the SANDF deployment. But the honourable member is entitled to raise that issue, and there are questions, legitimate questions, about how that intervention is being monitored and whether it is successful or not. I think that is a matter that the committee should be focusing on in its work ahead. The deployment has just started. We as the ministry also working on how to monitor the implementation of the deployment of the soldiers who are not directly under the command of General Mpane. But I see that the SANDF has quite a lot of assistance from the honourable member, entering homes and so forth. Now, and it's certainly premature to make that kind of highly generalized observation about it not working. The deployment is for an annual period. And I would say, honourable members, that it's critical to understand that the deployment of the SANDF is not a panacea. We've never presented it as such. The critical question for the police is going to be how we use this period to improve the level of policing in relation to organized crime. And certainly the deployment of the SANDF was necessitated by the fact, by the recognition that we were not succeeding in dealing with the gangs, with illegal mining at the level that we need. And therefore, we should be having a conversation about what the government is doing to address this evolving challenge of organized crime. That is the critical question. The deployment of the SANDF is intended to create the space for us to develop and implement such an organized crime strategy. Now, as regards General Mkhwanazi, we have elevated him to a very senior role at a national level. to deal with organized crime. So he will head up the Priorities Committee on Organized Crime in the Net Joints. The Net Joints is chaired by General Musikeli. That is the main operational structure through which operations are implemented. The politicians don't sit there. So the decision that has been made with respect to the appointment of General Mpane should be seen as part of an effort incrementally to strengthen police leadership at the top. So the way we are seeing it is that she will be leading a team. General Mkonazi is part of that team. General Musikiri is part of that team. And they have distinct roles, and their responsibility is going to have to work together as a team. Because this idea that you have one national commissioner that does everything is wrong. What we need at the top at SAPS is a collective leadership that combines the skills and attributes of a number of key office bearers, if you like any large organization. And may I say, there's no need to be angry about this. If you ask the question, we'll give you an answer. General Mkonazi's appointment has been in the media. It's not hidden. It's been publicized. And I hope that his appointment also at national level will be appreciated, because we're making decisions about how to implement an organized crime strategy. And a decision about leadership is critical. In the documents before you, there is also the focus on the DPCI, which you might want to think about as our FBI. General Nkosi is here. The DPCI, the commitment is to build out the capabilities of the DPCI also as one of the lead agencies fighting organized crime. Now, Honorable James raises the issue about children. This is a very important question. But the honorable members of this committee should know that this is why we need an all-government approach. You can't look at the SAPS budget and say, well, is enough money being allocated to support the development needs of children? The question should be, what is the role of SAPS in dealing with the enforcement issues impacting children, issues of criminality? And it's the same with GBV and H, on which I thought General Schnickeling, Member Schnickeling, yes, under my watch, it looks like there are going to be a few people who might get it. But you asked all the right questions about whether the targets and indicators reflect this commitment. It's the same with infrastructure, Honorable James. You know that actually the department is not an infrastructure department. We don't build police stations. We don't maintain them. So when you go around the country and you see places where there should be police stations and there aren't any, as I have, and you go to police stations that are not properly being maintained, the question is whether the current model of delivery of police stations and maintenance of those police stations is adequate. I don't think it is. And that's a challenge for the government. The stations are built by the Department of Infrastructure and Public Works. And we pay them to maintain those stations. Now, you must not misread me, members, to be thinking that I am now pointing fingers at another department. I won't do that. Because I know if I was the minister of that department, you would still have the same problem. It's a challenge that we haven't succeeded in dealing with over the last 30 years. So that is why we've started a conversation with the Treasury about our approach to infrastructure. And it arose out of a conversation I had with Deputy Minister Matale, which is, if the current model is not working optimally, not like it's not working at all. I visited many stations, new stations. I was in the Western Cape over the long weekend and visited what do we call it? Not a pilot, the ones where it's a temporary satellite. It was a fantastic structure. I mean, for a satellite, really secure, because that's one of the problems we have with using the satellite option, that the police officers there may not be safe. But this was a solid structure. So we have started a conversation with the Treasury around PPPs, whether we can use the PPP model. One of the priorities in my conversation with the new acting national commissioner is to be the implementation of that model. And my understanding is that there already are 27 stations that have been identified by GTEC for the implementation of that model. But if that model can be implemented, which involves the private sector, it could possibly, I don't want to be making promises, it could possibly transform the infrastructure landscape of policing in this country. The current model is not working, and it's not working optimally. I think there's a planning problem. You go to many communities, you all know, colleagues, you go to a community, they've got a police station, but the community has doubled in size. The police station is no longer coping. There's a planning problem there. So let's not be also simplistic. Infrastructure is a huge and complicated challenge in this country around policing. But we are thinking about how to respond creatively and thoughtfully to that challenge. And that maybe the committee can invite us in a few months. I hope we'll be ready to report back on that initiative. Now, the members have all asked us the right questions about implementation. No one is just, I think we're all aligned here on the priorities, that these are the right priorities. And the priorities are embedded. I think that's what we should be looking for in this meeting. Are they embedded in the current budget? Are they reflected in the APPs? Are they reflected in the target? I haven't heard one member of the committee say, we don't agree with your priorities. And how did we do that? We engaged with the presidency for the purposes of the SONA. So president doesn't just make announcements. Then we adopted priorities, and I really have to express appreciation to the leadership of the South African Police Service for what they've done, because we identified those priorities. First of all, I have to make sure that me and the two deputy ministers are aligned. Then we took those priorities to the MINMEC so that we have an all government approach. And those priorities were then discussed with the Board of Commissioners. And they have taken the SONA priorities, the ministers' priorities, and made sure that in their internal budgeting and planning, those priorities are reflected. I believe those are the right priorities, and no one has contested that here. The questions that I think Honorable Ghana particularly and Honorable Sheikh Snickling raised the right ones, and I just want to spend some time on them, because the conversation we should be having here is not just a bilateral conversation between the committee and SAPS. It's a conversation involving the committee, the SAPS leadership, and the ministry. That's why I said that your questions are of enormous assistance to us, because they're the right ones. On the question of detective rates, Honorable Ghana is right that if we can start to see significant reduction in the murder rate, that is universally internationally accepted as a good indicator of police performance and of that you're succeeding in general with the fight against contact crime. The murder rate is an objective rate, as you indicated. Now, we know for a long time, and that's why your spirit also of the questions are so important. I think that it may well be the case that the great majority of cases are not properly investigated. We know that victims of crime don't receive regular reports in many cases from the police. We know that our forensic laboratories are not functioning at the level that they should be functioning. And I'm greatly worried about the backlogs. And my understanding is that those backlogs are increasing, not decreasing. So I would also hope that the committee can call the board soon. I'm going to be engaging the board and ask them those questions. Because you're quite right. If we don't improve the training of our detectives, and General Timpane, General Zulu are here, they must hear the questions you're asking, because they are the right questions. They're also my questions. I think we've got alignment in the budget and the APP. The question is how we're going to achieve these targets. And without rethinking, stepping up the training of detectives, without making sure that we improve the performance of the forensic laboratories, we're not going to achieve these targets. And when General Timpane made her opening observation, she said the issue is going to be around efficiency and effectiveness of the functioning of SAPS. She gave exactly the right answer, because we have to work within the existing resource envelope. All of you know the country's economy is not growing at the level that it needs to. You know that tax revenues are therefore under pressure. And you're all committed, as far as I understand it, at least in the GNU, to the current approach to the management of the country's finances. So the question is, we have to work within the budget, the financial constraints that the country faces. Because within those resource envelopes, we have to meet all the country's needs for social development, for the protection of our children, etc., etc. The question is, how does this budget reflect the priorities that the committee thinks should be our priorities? Now, the reason that we're now re-emphasizing the importance of civilian oversight, and they're here, is that I think we got into this position over the last 30 years because we de-emphasized the monitoring, evaluation, and oversight role of civilian oversight. It's not going to be possible to turn civilian oversight around over time. There are good people there. They have some good leadership, but they have resource constraints. The same with IPID. We're going to be discussing that later. IPID is certainly not at the level where IPID, in terms of the resources, where it can ensure there's accountability. The question is, are we pointing in the right direction Are we asking the right questions at least? So we have to emphasize training. We emphasize oversight to address the issues that Honorable Ghana and Honorable Smith asked. So it's about HR. General Mkua is also here. I want them to hear the questions you're asking because I'm going to be asking them the same question. So what we have is a start. They are going to have to answer the question how we implement and achieve the results that we're trying to achieve. So yes, we have I don't know even if that's too strong, if we have a blueprint. We've taken some important steps to align. We don't have a blueprint yet. And I'm sure that you're going to be in your oversight role, even putting us all under pressure, especially those of us in the political process to say, what are you doing? What haven't you done? And I welcome the pressure, but I am saying we're at the beginning of this reset agenda. Reset. It's going to take years. I think we should start be thinking, not in a year, we should start thinking in the next 2 decades. Not like to postpone what we need to do, to take systematically, to take steps every year from now on to build the kind of police service that we're trying to build. And I agree very much with you. They all know it. I'm not thinking about the change in the policing model. I think visible policing has to be part of our ongoing strategy. I think our communities expect visibility, but you're quite right that visibility doesn't yield conviction. And we need an intelligence-driven approach. So we also need to manage a change in the policing model, which is what we're saying. And I think that that's exactly what we need to achieve in the next 5 to 10 years, that we have to change the model of policing, not by throwing the baby out of the bathwater, but by building upon what has been achieved, what is necessary. I mean, I think, for instance, we need street lighting. You know, the reason that I think we must strengthen community policing, patrollers and so forth, is that the visibility issue is important. The presence of law enforcement. I know you go to any big city and you see policemen on the street corners and so forth. It creates a sense of security, but it's definitely not enough. We need to implement a new policing model, not only to reduce the levels of organized crime, improve detection rates. Significantly, I don't think we've got 10 years to improve detection rates. That's what I'm saying. I think we have to show improvement year on year. If I don't address a question, it's because I'm not sure of the answer, and I'm sure that the team. But the issues, so GBVH, I just want to keep emphasizing. We are emphasizing the importance of this because we see the classification, the decision that's been made by the president as a call to action. Say what's happened in the last 30 years, what must now improve. And the law enforcement side, we are emphasizing. It's not a mistake that Deputy Minister Bushelu has been given this specific responsibility to ensure that the law enforcement picture changes by achieving the targets that we are setting. And she's already been hard at work. And I'm emphasizing that because to underscore the fact that this is a priority. And in the area of technology, another area that the committee is identifying, I think the department has to improve its ability to absorb new technology, to identify. We're now in the era of post-digitalization away in the AI. I mean, I don't think we have the internal capabilities yet, because this is a new, in a way, it's an evolving capability to see what law enforcement capabilities there are, as well as risks that come from the AI revolution. But we don't have to go that complicated. Body cams, drones, they've done well in the Western Cape. The Premier Gauteng has bought more drones, I understand, for us than we've been able to buy. But that's where other parts of the system step in and help. So I think technology is an area, again, the Deputy Minister has been to China, where they focus on this matter, whether there's a possible partnership with the Chinese. You all know that I think, you know, the Chinese have gone for surveillance state. They have cameras everywhere. And before I got into this portfolio, I might have said from a human rights point of view, I'm uncomfortable. But our society, one, is prepared, I believe, for more surveillance. If it means less privacy and more surveillance, and therefore more safety, that's the model they go for. And I visited that operational center in the Eastern Cape, run by Agri South Africa. I know that there are different such initiatives in different parts of the country, also by SAPS. And I want to say to the National Commissioner, you know, I think we must tackle this thing once and for all. We need one big operational center which is properly equipped, you know, properly staffed, so that we have real-time data on where crime is happening and who's involved in this criminal activity. And it's an area we've been talking about for the last 30 years. There have been some initiatives, but it's time for some bold action. The lifestyle audit, the Minister of State Security announced after the SONA, or was it in the SONA that the President announced that the lifestyle audit will be carried out by the Department of State Security. We had already started my conversation with the National Commissioner then, General Masemola, because he'd already started implementing many of the conversations that we are currently having. He was working quite hard. And so all of this, I would say it was not something that I am concerned about his well-being, even as he faces it, because he was carrying out his responsibilities faithfully. But in any event, we had started with the SIU to do the lifestyle audits. Now the SAA is doing it, but we have to make sure, General, that, I mean, how is it going to work? Will they be reporting to us? How do we make sure that they are also doing their work? Because we have an interest in ensuring that the lifestyle audits are carried out, but it's not in our hands. We are not doing the lifestyle audit. It's been done by the SSA. Financial controls, I leave that to General Zimpane. One of the reasons why she's sitting where she is that she understands financial management. And I believe that SAPS we got into the situation because we messed up supply chain and financial management. And that has an impact on police performance. So those who say, no, you just need a cop's cop to run a big, complex organization like SAPS, really, with respect, don't understand what it takes to run an effective organization that has to do something. And if it has, whether it's manufacturing products or it's doing safety, that organization has to be well run and well managed. And it has to manage its finances properly, so that resources are not wasted, resources are properly allocated, and so forth. The extortion question is an important one, Honorable Director. It's a growing problem. At least it's reflected now in where the focus must be. Extortion is a very difficult crime to police, but I also think that your observations about the protection of victims of the small businesses is a very important one to hear. It's not just about arresting the extortionist and the contortionist. It's about protecting those businesses that need to establish themselves and to grow and to be able to do business without being intimidated and extracted. So it is a focus. It will be a focus of the modernizing, extortion. But I think this idea of protecting victims is very important. Now, I am rounding up the person. The right questions have been asked about conviction rate. But is that the target that SAPS, you're saying SAPS must adopt? Or is that illustrates the question about the importance of a whole government integrated approach to the criminal justice cluster? And I can tell you that we are struggling in that area because departments do work in silence. And I can't instruct the Department of Justice, nor can I instruct the head of the NDPP, who is independent, constitutionally independent, what targets he must adopt, what his priority should be. But of course, if you've just got an arrest target for the police, then that is what they're going to do. They're just going to arrest. So I think that the one way in which maybe the committee can also assist, maybe the committees in this cluster should think about a cluster approach also to oversight, so that the targets that are set for across the cluster can be the ones that are emphasized in the oversight process. Yeah, so I would like General Gimpani to deal with the matters that I haven't dealt with, Chair, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Chair. I think why I emphasized the implementation requirements that we have attached is precisely for this. And I agree totally with the questions and concerns and the comments from the committee. What will be required from us is the agency of dealing with this and accountability. A lot of things, honorable members, I'll touch on specifics and then I will hand over, are things that have been there. They have been there. I think what has been lacking, for lack of a better word, is accountability in terms of this that we said we were going to achieve. I'll start with the question specific, perhaps from Honorable James. We don't have scanners? Do we have money? We have provided for this. Even for this year, we have put money aside for this. The operational efficiency, how we do things, the procurement and acquiring of these these are things that has been happening that has taken long. So funding is put aside and we will ensure that we hold ourselves to account to ensure that those resources such as scanners that are required are procured at the right time and to ensure that we allocate to provinces to do their work. So funding has been provided. As limited as it is, it then says we need to be efficient in how we do things. We need to collaborate more. We need to ensure that there is no wastage. The issue of civil claims was raised. This is an issue. That is why we said elevate it to the APP, because it can be an issue that we talk about and there is no accountability. So you will see, Honorable Ghana, that somewhere we have elevated this thing of the civil claims as a result of unlawful detention, precisely because we want to monitor, hold those that are responsible to account in this regard. It was never there. And there is an area where there are a bit of leakages and we need to ensure that the relevant people are held to account. We also have a plan in place that is driven from legal services to also zoom into it. Is there a possibility of collaboration and corruption in this particular area of civil claims? So that is the main reason why we have elevated it, to put it before us to ensure that we do not lose sight in terms of this. So operational efficiency, as well as accountability, and as well as understanding the goal that we have to achieve. All the things that must happen, as the minister has indicated, everything is on the APP, aligned to everything that the country requires us to do. It is upon us to ensure that we are performance driven and we hold ourselves to account in this regard. The issues of GBV, we have 1.7 billion set aside to tackle all the activities that talks to GBV. The 47 million honorable member is for proactive initiatives such as awareness and education on those crime prevention initiatives under visible policing. However, we do have a 1.7 billion set aside for issues that talks to GBVF. We have also topped up the provincial commissioners' allocations with an additional 50 million on their baselines to ensure that this is a focus area. So as limited as they are, the resources we have tried to spread, what we need is for us to be efficient, to be innovative in terms of how do we then achieve collaboration, as well as partnership. General Sintumule will touch on what we are busy working on in terms of our collaboration with Business Against Crime to improve the efficiency within the investigative space as well as forensic investigation. There are targets that were not achieved within Program 3. We have increased targets. The question is it impossible to achieve those targets? Where we are sitting, it is not impossible. Yes, we do have limited constraints, but we need to ensure that we then put systems in place to capacitate ourselves within the detectives. This is a priority area. The HR plan is talking to that, as well as the steps as well and plans that I have directed General Sintumule and the team to then focus on. So detective services, investigative environments are a priority, and we intend to ensure that we capacitate ourselves to achieve that we said we want to achieve. It is urgent. We need to ensure that the murder rate goes down. We need to unpack, working together within the justice cluster to ensure that those things are achieved in this particular regard. So there are funds that are put aside. We just need to improve efficiency. The issues of IT, there is a bit of funding, more funding that we have allocated, you will see, compared to last year. There's a bit of room to maneuver when it comes to issues of IT. Is it enough? No, it is not enough. That is why there is a need for us to collaborate. The minister has spoken about the agreements that have been signed. These are the issues that we are going to be zooming into to ensure that we completely overhaul and expedite the priorities within the technology management space. And yes, without taking away the challenges that we have in terms of our third-party arrangements, but these are the things that are doable, and we will be looking and monitoring those particular activities and holding the relevant managers to account in this regard. Issues of visibility, it is important. Yes, we have set money aside. We intend to recruit over 5,500, and I believe we will be doubling the number this year due to the backlog that we have in terms of recruiting these officials to join our ranks in this regard. We do have the capacity. We have set money aside in this particular regard. The issue of the SNDF deployment, as Minister had indicated, it is an area that we focused on. Even as early as yesterday, we have given directive to say, after a month, after 2 months, we need to come back. I want an analysis, I want a report. So General Musikidi and the team are working on that to address precisely those concerns, Honorable Member. And I believe soon we will be able to come back to the committee and report in this particular regard. So it's an area that I am putting focus on. Even yesterday in our priority crime meeting, we spoke about this particular issue, but General Musikidi is working on it and she could touch on that. The area of supply chain management is a priority. It will be a focus. We are collaborating with other experts within the Treasury to revamp and sort out the issues that are plaguing us. In particular, the issues of irregular expenditure, where it is deemed that there was an intention to commit corruption, all the necessary investigations are to be taken place. And this is an area of focus for now. in terms of our 10-point plan that we have put aside. So we will be focusing where we need external expertise. We will bring in those external expertise to assist us in this regard. The lifestyle audits, the minister has spoken at length about those. The process phase 1 is underway with SSA. All the lieutenant generals were instructed to submit. That process kickstarted in April. We have numbers that are with SSA already, including the appointment of new senior managers. We do not approve any new senior manager before SSA gives us an outcome. So the work has started. SSA is currently working on this. All the lieutenant generals, major generals at provincial level, this will be the provincial commissioners and their deputies have submitted. There is a team under the leadership of General Nkua that is monitoring and working together with SSA with the view that every or monthly we will then get a progress report in terms of how they are proceeding. But phase 1 has started, and we also have our integrity unit that is also focusing on other categories of employees. That is why on the APP, we do have a priority to capacitate our integrity office as well as all other oversight offices to ensure that we deal with this. So when it comes to senior management, phase 1 has kickstarted soon. I believe we will be getting results in this regard. It's an area that we are monitoring, working together with SSA. There are teams in place to monitor and manage this particular exercise. I've spoken about the issues of civil claims. Yes, it is a priority, and it will be an area where I monitor and submit continuous reports in this regard. What is required is efficiency in how we do things. What is required is innovation and more collaboration with all stakeholders so that we are able to then deal with our issues. Chair, I don't want it to be long. I want General Sintumule to touch on and give comfort on the plan that we have in place to capacitate the detectives so that they are able to achieve this that we have presented on the APP, because it is achievable. We just need to be urgent in how we do things and to monitor and to account for ourselves. The issues of training in terms of prioritization, the resolving of crime learning, it is on our training plan. General Zulu will touch on that. This is a priority. We need to ensure that we have sufficient detectives that are sufficiently trained. So the resolving of crime as a learning priority is on our training plan. We can also touch on that. Forensic capacity, yes, we need to ensure that we increase our footprints, and General Sintumule will touch on that as well. There is a forensic lab in KZN that we have launched. We have set money aside to ensure that that lab is fully operational in this regard. So soon this year, I believe we would have achieved that. There are processes in place to get that lab to be fully operational. And how we increase our footprints, we are having discussions with Business Against Crime. She will elaborate in terms of that. So we are ready. The implementation requirements are there. We will have to have robust monitoring and accounting systems in place. And we do have an idea from my side as well as the ministry and other oversight structures. How are we going to make ourselves to account? If we do not achieve, then we need to indicate why are we still here if we came here to present and we are not achieving that we are supposed to achieve. So the implementation requirement plan as per Annexure A will be a tool that we utilize to monitor and make ourselves to account in this regard. The funding is there, though not sufficient. We have tried to spread it according to these priorities, but innovation, accountability, efficiency, as well as collaboration with all the relevant stakeholders and other structures will ensure that we achieve this that we have presented today. If you allow, Chair, that I allow General Sintumule to touch on the detectives and the conversations that we are having with other stakeholders, and then General Musikidi on the other issues that relates to Program 2 that will include the SNDF deployment. However, we want to give comfort that we will come back to the committee to unpack this particular report, because I've given that instruction that we need to put together that report. Thank you, Chair. General Sintumu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself, to the honorable members, to the Minister of Police, Deputy Ministers, and all colleagues in attendance. I have been listening attentively, and also I must say I welcome the concerns raised by the honorable members in relation to detective services. But what I also want to underscore is that we all recognize that this environment of detectives has over a period of time faced severe constraints in relation to maybe I wouldn't want to use the word understaffing, but your low levels of detectives as opposed to what we have as our docket cases in the system. And most of those will be more than 2 years. So I think that also coupled with your attrition that we have spoken about, the issue of forensic backlog also not assisting us in achieving our detection rates. This has prompted SAPS to have an approach in how do we deal with this situation, ensuring that we turn the situation around. And Honorable Ghana, this also informed why we felt, though the targets are high, we deem them achievable. I think this for us, it's a commitment which is ambitious that says we need to push ourselves and have the resolve to be able to detect crime, particularly your contact crime and especially rape as well as murder. So in this regard, for the financial year 2026-2027, as well as this financial year, you can see in the APP that the capacitation of detectives has been prioritized, and this has been done through targeted human resource shifts. We've been given a number of posts, I'm going to talk to that, but also the issue of leveraging on technology, optimizing on processes, but also smarter deployment. And that talks to the 353 detectives that we have re-enlisted to focus particularly on murder as well as rape. In this regard, I want to say that in our plan, we then spoke about acceleration, placement, and re-enlistment. In the re-enlistment, in the capacitation, I think previous sitting, or actually I can't in this committee, we reported that we were given 4,669 additional posts for detectives. And I am glad to say, as I sit here today, of those, we've been able to successfully place 1,978 detectives, which is 63 over our target. And these come from our previous intake. And in the incoming intake, we have already identified 1,554 detectives, and those will be placed once they are done with their workplace exposure experience. And also we have been given, as I said, 353 posts for re-enlistment. These have only been prioritized for 4 provinces, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, as well as Gauteng. And they have been employed particularly to deal with the issue of your murders as well as your rape, which are 2 years on and over on the system. We also were given 1,000 posts for lateral transfers. This is where we face challenges. Of those 1,000 posts, 505 members have been successfully placed. Our challenge here is that our members view this as a transfer mechanism. For example, if they want to move from province to another, they then use this. As a result, we have re-advertised the 495 posts out of 1,000, and we are also earmarking these specifically for members who will assist in dealing with your detective case backlog. If I then move on our relationship and partnership with BAXA, this is specifically aimed at leveraging on technology, but also ensuring process efficiency and effectiveness. The key components of this talks to your digital case management and automation, forensic and scientific support optimization, intelligence-led and predictive policing, as well as your drone and helicopter deployment. We have got 5 pillars in this particular partnership, and that talks to your police station modernization, technology, airborne support, forensic services, and as well as detective capacity. If I may look at the focus areas, this is what we are moving towards, Chairperson. We are going to be automating functions that are not are non-core at the police station, and we are going to leave the police station to actually focus on your crime issues. In this regard, we are going to be piloting, I think in the next 3 months, your digital statements, digital docket, case triaging and queue management at a police station, also utilization of digital tools, platform, data system, as well as a supporting infrastructure. Again, Honorable James, just to also put you at comfort, we are looking at rehabilitating the infrastructure that deals with your GBV, particularly your victim support centers. If I move forward, Chairperson, as I said, the initial rollout of these modernized police stations is targeting, at least for starters for this financial year, we are targeting 50 stations, but by the end of 2027, the target is going to be 100. And this, I must say, initiative is headed by the banks, particularly FNB, as well as Vodacom and Standard Bank, who are assisting, I think it's NetBank, sorry. And these are aimed at transforming service delivery through upgraded community-centric facility. If I may also, enlighten the committee, we are going to have what we call digital zones, Chairperson, in each police station, where people won't have to go to a police station for non-core services, but those will be on a side which is going to be a digital zone, and they can be able to access your statements, your affidavits, your certification. So these will not be done at a police station. So the police station will be purely for serious crime issues, and then the digital zones will be able to migrate those non-core policing functions. And I think the first, as I mentioned, your police clearance certificate will not be done at a station, affidavit creation statement, drafting, accident reporting, those will be done in that digital zone. And our second pilot will be looking at, again, easing the burden, Honorable Ghana, on the detectives over and above the docket load, the issue of administration, data capturing. So this will, the second pilot will look at your full docket digitization, as well as also full digitization of your firearm permit system. I'm not sure, General Muteti, if I can move forward. Sorry, General Dimpane. But also in terms of forensic science laboratory, our biggest issue again is that we have got volume of exhibits that we receive. I think for the last financial year, we received almost 800 exhibits, and that is inclusive of ballistics, DNA, as well as chemistry. However, the infrastructure is now really compromised and it's under severe constraint. The only thing we need to do now, and we are doing so with speed, is to expand the footprint of forensic science laboratory. If we don't do that, we will forever be lamenting on your increasing boxes in the passages, and also samples that have been sitting in passages for a while. So in this regard, we did report previously in this committee that we engaged the CSIR. That agreement is almost completed. It is now with our legal services, where we are going to migrate your reference samples. So all your DNA samples that relate to your Booker samples will then migrate to CSIR. And if you look at our statistics, that is basically 90% of what we generate from DNA. And these are intelligent samples that also go into your NFDD that is monitored by the DNA board. But also in our meeting with the presidency, Mr. Kule, to be specific, as well as I think Dr. Morfe from Science and Technology, we are also looking at further expanding to other laboratories that are owned by government. So that meeting is taking place this week. There are laboratories that are already capacitated that we can also leverage on and try and offload some of our functions, particularly from Plattekloof and Arcadia, to be able to at least ensure that our laboratories are not under strain. And in this regard, we have been given 293 posts by General Nkua. These posts have been identified through the current pool of constables who all have the relevant science qualifications. I think, Chairperson, I will stop it at that, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, General. Honorable Adams, you keep waving at me.
Sorry, Chairman. As indicated, I have to catch a flight. I have to leave.
Yes, would you like to say something?
I just have maybe 2-3 minutes.
Okay, is it okay? Can I grant Honorable Adams committee comfortable? 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, SAPS. Thank you, Minister, DMs. I welcome to the new position, Acting Commissioner. I can imagine it's going to be a testing situation. Just on the budget, man, I might have missed it because I had to take an urgent call. I didn't see any real provision for the capacitation of the AGU. And I think that consistent oversight by SAPS management is the reason why the army had to be deployed. And even though we agitated against it, those of us who live the reality of the Cape Flats, the army was deployed and much fanfare was made of it. And like I told you, the violence was going to spike. Now, that is not the fault of the South African police services. It's a knee-jerk reaction from elsewhere. But be that as it may, it's what we deal with. I just have a few questions and just a little bit off the agenda. The suspension of the National Commissioner because he was criminally charged. I just need to know why General Kumalo is still allowed to act as the head of CI. He's in the exact same position because I don't see any consistency there, Acting Minister. That's the one thing. And then the second thing was the Telkom Towers, which is listed as the official headquarters of the South African Police Services. So R500 million worth of waste. Someone's head has to roll for that. So I'll just ask, because this is a financial meeting, if we can have some type of answer over there, please, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, for indulging me.
Thank you, Honorable Adams. General Minister, sorry for the interruption. Thank you, Honorable Adams. General Musekidi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning or good day to yourself and to honorable members. Let me stand by the established protocol, observing the presence of the Minister of Police and the ministry who's represented here, and my colleagues from IPID. Chairperson, I think there are few left in regards to Operation Shanela that I will want to respond to. The first question came from Honorable Shikeleng, as well as Honorable Direko, in regards to us communicating particularly on the issues of Operation Shanela. And I think one area is the dominance of South African Police Service insofar as Operation Shanela is concerned. Just to indicate that the focus of the operation is mainly on prevention and combat. And Chairperson, I want to indicate and reiterate the fact that with all the operations that we undertake, particularly on Operation Shanela, it starts with intelligence collection, verification, and dissemination to the operational units before operations are undertaken every week. So it might not be sufficient, but we do collect intelligence. I think one question that came was that we still see on the APP that crime intelligence achieve 100%, but when you look at the operational environments, we still have challenges. That is the emphasis, and we also look at different dimensions that Operation Shanela needs to focus on, and what targets do we have. So in terms of the further question, Honorable Shikeleng, on how many target organized crime are we having in collaboration. Operation Shanela is a multidisciplinary and multi-dimensional operation that we undertake. So we do not leave any department out, Honorable James. We work with all the departments, and where we need to collaborate and assist other departments and them assisting the South African Police Service, it is done within these operations. The operational plans are disseminated to National Operational Center, where we also do the evaluation every week after the operations to look at whether they were targeted, and if not targeted, whether they were efficient, and if not, we advise the the provincial leadership, starting from Sunday when we do the evaluation, including when we meet with the whole of SAPS management every week on Monday to do the evaluation of the operations and advise accordingly. In communicating, Honorable Direko, we do not only report on the arrest, but yes, the numbers of the arrest are high. What we do as well on the Monday priority crime review meetings, we do get reports on the level of case management, what happened to those persons that were arrested, the whereabouts, and once a month we took the holistic assessment of the persons, which it's presented to us by General Sintumule and the team, because we find that we really need to zoom and dig deeper in terms of the whole criminal justice value chain, what happens to the people that we take to court, the whereabouts, and how far are we going in terms of the conviction rate. So those are the things that we are evaluating. There was a question on the extortion chair. I think it came also from Honorable Direko. In so far as the extortion is concerned and the fact that it's increasing, what reports that we get, because we do over and above the crime evaluation meeting, we also have the provinces that has established their own toll-free numbers. We also have the national toll-free number that General Sintumule and the team are monitoring. 80% of the reports that comes to these toll-free numbers are not necessarily cases, but those that goes to cases. General Mohale, on the monthly basis, we look on how many reports that came through the extortion hotline, how many resulted or ended in a case docket, how far are we with the investigation of those case dockets, including the conviction rate in so far as the extortions are concerned. The other question is the protection of victims. The establishment of the toll-free number was precisely to also protect the identity of those that, because we realize at first that people are afraid to come forward, especially those that are on construction, those that are working with the tenders. They are afraid to come forward to report, hence the toll-free number, and the cases will be investigated as such by the detectives with that anonymity, and make sure that they are not exposed or their safety is also protected. The other issue, Honorable James, is on the SANDF deployment. I am smiling because though, Chairperson, we might have went a little bit overboard when we were doing the introduction of the team here in the Western Cape. And I'm glad that you were with me, Honorable James. It's still not even a month to do a proper evaluation and assessment of this particular team. You need a time frame so that you can look at what happened yesterday and what is happening now. So the reports that I'm having, as the acting national commissioner have indicated, I look at the period same time last year and same time, holistically looking at the whole Western Cape, because the intention over and above the 27 stations that we have identified, we have 17 of those that are prioritized as gang stations in the Cape Town area alone. And out of this 17, I can indicate that on a daily basis, we are able to deploy to all the stations using both the Operation Prosper, and where Prosper cannot achieve, we augment those teams with our own lockdown 3. So we do have 2 teams that are operating here in Western Cape to make sure that we cover other areas. And the results that I'm having, Chairperson, although significantly we cannot, one murder is one too many. But if you look at the numbers, same time, this period and compared to now, There are stations that are fluctuating where you will see a decline, but in general, there is a decline. There might be still numbers that are reported a week, but when we look statistically, we still have decline. I think the question that will come is, out of the reported, out of the matters, what do we then do? Because it does not only end with the prevention. Prevention goes with the detection. When we detect, which I think colleagues spoke about, when we do that detection, how many do we arrest? How many do we take to court? So these are some of the issues that we are still working very hard on with our detectives to say we cannot only look at the numbers that are declining, but that one person or those two people or the three people, because of late we find the multiple murders, and we know that in the gangs it's multiple murders, so we need to do the inroads. Again, is the issue of intelligence. I think Honorable James further spoke about the counterintelligence, but here you need the real intelligence that must be collected. So part of the lockdown 3 was to identify a certain group of young intelligence collectors as and when we are introducing them to the work, but that goes to training. So what General Sintumula was doing was to make sure that we train and build this capacity to make sure that when we do the intervention, we do the intervention with this team that will not be known even by myself. I don't even want to know them, because all that I want is that collection, is that analysis that will give effect to the operations on the ground. I will very quickly highlight on the issues that the Acting National Commissioner already spoke about in regards to the border security, to also emphasize and indicate that in the border management space, it's multiplicity of departments that are operating. I think the question was very specific in terms of the scanners. Yes, we will put aside a certain budget to address the issues of equipment, looking at holistically how we deal with technology policing within the borders. But then I need to indicate that because we have basically 4 main departments that are operating in the border space. We have South African Police Service, South African National Defence Force in terms of the fencing and our border. We have BMA that is physically at the border gates to ensure the movement of people, illegal movement of people and goods. You have the South African Police Service and SAPS in terms of others, but you do have other departments. So what we are looking at, I think we last week we had a meeting, we call it a technical border management meeting that reports to the IMC on border management, to also expand and look at a triple P in terms of resourcing the border management and technology policing, not police, policing in the border space. But in terms of buying the equipment, if SAPS buy equipment, we are not expecting SAPS to do the same, or BMA. So it's that collaboration on what type of technology that will all of us operating in the space be able to implement, interface, and work together, so that we do not end up as the same government having to duplicate resources, but how do we assist one another in that space? We still do have a very critical role. I know there is a discussion, Chairperson, we were supposed to even appear before a joint committee in terms of the border management. So I must say, as the South African Police Service, we do have the responsibility in terms of Section 205, 3 in terms of us operating in the space. We do have the responsibility as well in terms of Section 199, 7. And lastly, from my side, there was a question, a chairperson that talks to the children and the removal of children. When we do this, we align ourselves with the multidisciplinary approach, number 1. 2, but what law dictates, what are the provisions of the law, I think specifically was on the issues of removal of children that are loitering. We have key departments in every area. We have the Department of Social Development that must lead when we get to other issues. There is a Department of Education where it gets to the issues of children being at school. We have obligation and responsibility in terms of Section 2053, in terms of Section 110 of the Children's Act as the South African Police Service, to ensure that if such is detected, it's reported accordingly to a relevant department and the removal is done. Chair, we do not just remove, because the question will be remove to where, but we're working collaboratively with the department to ensure that relevant forms, I think Form 4, Form 5 are completed, and when completed, there is an identified either a greenhouse or a wide door where the children should be removed to. So you do not just come in and remove, because children cannot be forcefully removed. Constitution provides as well that in every action that we undertake, we need to do that at the best interest of a child. So we do not just intervene where we are not supposed to be intervening. Hence, Chairperson, we are also signing number of MOUs with different departments. We have done that a year or half ago with the Department of Basic Education, where we are looking at the collaboration between these two departments so that we do not get into the space that will eventually be in violation of the same laws that we are trying to enforce. So we will continue to collaborate, we'll continue to work with other departments, and we have different priority committees that we look at depending on the vulnerabilities of certain sectors and dimensions when we are doing this. We have also incorporated the issues of vulnerable groups, women and children within the broader organized crime plan, so that we do not have, or we do not divert into looking at the issues where vulnerable groups, children, and crimes against women are concerned. So we have incorporated that so that we are going to be monitoring all of them. If all goes well, I think, Chairperson, we have submitted our first report in this regard to the IMC on GBV, and I'm hopeful that this time we will have an active reporting to NSP, because NSP is still very alive, much as we have obligation and responsibility to report to the IMC as the GBV NAD joins, that includes children and vulnerable groups. We also have the responsibility to report to our civil society group that were part and parcel of the NSP, to make sure that that monitoring and those identified 6 areas, insofar as the South African Police Service is concerned, monitored, and all the time we are reporting on our responsibilities. I said last, but there is the issue of reservists that were highlighted, Chairperson, which I thought the acting Deputy National Commissioner will highlight in terms of the recruitment. I think over years, Honorable James, we had issues on the reservists. Basically, when the concept was adopted, it was looking at volunteerism in terms of a reservist policing is concerned. In order to ensure that there is a stipend paid, it works on the call-up instructions. So there are activities that reservists will undertake as a volunteer work. There are activities that they undertake in terms of a call-up, and they will receive payment for the call-up that happens. But on the specific issue of recruitment, I think my colleague will reiterate the fact that we have had numerous dispensation to look at our reservists, those that are qualifying, because we cannot again run the risk of incorporating a person that is not 100% qualifying. There are prescripts that were set, there are a criteria that was set in terms of reservists to qualify, and all those that were qualifying, I can assure the committee that they were they were taken to training. Those that are not complying, others were sent back on the remedial, and they will come back But I think the dispensation that we are having now, there was a moratorium in recruiting of reservists until we clean up this space and see what type of reservist policing we require in the service, so that we do not find ourselves sitting in the same problem where we cannot incorporate people into the service that are not qualifying just because they are reservists. But Chairperson, I think so far we have put a hold into a new recruitment until we clean up the system with those that we are having. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we have covered majority of the questions. Safe to touch on Honorable Adams' questions. The capacitation of AGU. This is on top of our priority, Chair. We have spent around 200 million in terms of expenditure on these units, in particular in 4 provinces, that will be Western Cape, Free State, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. However, the conversation I'm having with management is we need to use these units as an exit strategy. As we exit in terms of the ongoing operation, we need to ensure that those AGU units are capacitated. So there will be an analysis. This is on a priority list that I've had a conversation with management, in particular in Western Cape. So we will be having a strategy to analyze the current capacity. Is it giving us what we want? Is it capable to assist us to sustain as we exit in terms of the current operations? Because we need a sustainable strategy to deal with the issues of gangs. So this is part and parcel of those issues that are on our table as a priority. The issue of telecom towers, it is a matter that a forensic investigation was sanctioned by DPW. We are yet to get the outcome of this, and I believe if there was any wrongdoing and anything has to happen in terms of those that were involved, that particular report will assist us in this regard. I think we have covered everything. I'm not sure whether the minister will touch on the other issues, but I believe these are the questions that are on the table. Work is to be done, and it is to be done efficiently. All these that the colleagues have explained are there. We just need to improve how we deal with things, how we improve our efficiencies in this regard, and we are ready, Chair, to deliver in terms of this that we have presented before the committee. If I have left out, perhaps the minister will wrap up in terms of this that we have presented, Chair. But I believe we have captured a majority of the questions that were on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Minister and the team. I'm going to give another opportunity for the members to have another bite. And then after that, we're going to try and make sure that we finish before lunchtime. We will have a brief break, and then we'll start with IPID. So that is the aim. Honorable Ghana, I've already noted your hand. Honorable Schikkeling. Let's start with you, Honorable Ghana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the energy that's displayed by the acting national commissioner and the deputy national commissioners, and in arguing that the targets will be achieved. And I want to give the team a chance to achieve the targets. Even though everyone accepts that they are high, but one of the things that I did not hear, it's around the retention of detectives. Because on average, I think the detective service is losing no less than, on average per month, no less than 300 on average. That was the official response that we received. So that's the first thing. The second thing, it's the reputation of the South African police service at the moment. It's at the, we can agree that it's at an all-time low. And And one way of changing the reputation, it's through the work that's being done and how the members conduct themselves. One of the big frustration, it's around, I think Minister were talking about visible policing. The availability of vehicles to, just for visibility, but also to respond to matters of criminality. Because what I see, what you should try to balance, it's the community when a crime is committed, they would like to see an immediate action, which then might then encourage the police to go and arrest without investigating, which then leads to the civil claims. Because if we don't do, maybe this is a question to say, in the interaction with the CPFs and communities, how do you then explain that in some instances the arrest might be delayed because we need to ensure that the correct culprit is being arrested, because we are losing too much money on civil claims. So let me come to these lifestyle audits. So it is in your performance, it's there, it's listed, but then you say that is the SSA that does it. What then becomes the role of the police in this particular instance? Is it the referral? Is it yourself as the national commissioner referring to say, these people need to go for lifestyle audits? And then, because you are not in control of the pace at which the SSA works. How are we to assess that this particular objective is being achieved, so that we can do our work correctly? Because so I hear the points around not hiring, let's say at the senior level and so forth. But here's the thing. So a permanent appointment requires vetting, né? But an acting appointment does not. An acting appointment does not. So you can have a situation, and you might very well have that situation, where the people that are appointed to act in a senior role, they are making decisions on a daily basis. You can't appoint someone to make a decision, but then you say they can't make the decision. The people that get appointed into that senior role in an acting capacity, and in some instances, the acting takes long, because the person that's being suspended, their cases take long. Now, this person has been acting for 6-7 months to a year, more than a year, but they themselves haven't been vetted. How do you then balance that? Because the decision still needs to be made. Even if you say we are not appointing permanently, you are appointing acting people to act in those positions, and they take decisions. And as in my earlier input, I mentioned that the acting national commissioner, Pahlane, was suspended from an acting capacity because he was promoted without the vetting. What is maybe the point that we need to think about is, what is the surface level vetting that South African Police Service needs to do? At the surface level, yes, there's the work that the state security agents needs to do, which takes time in most instances. But at the surface level, what is being done? More so in the supply chain. Because you can't listen to what's happening at Madlang and so forth and say that no, the supply chain will wait for state security agents.
2 minutes, Honorable Honor.
So that is the points that I wanted to raise. The last one, Chair, I was looking at the cost of the police stations and the time that it takes. If you were to look at the start of the the projects, the average time that it takes to complete the project is just far too long. I mean, like, you've got Tafelser, for instance, in the Western Cape. At the moment, it's the most expensive of the police stations that are to be built. I think it's costing 146 million. And the allocation this year is only 9 million. By the time that the police station is completed, the total cost will have gone way overboard because it's taking us on average 7 years from the start of the project to the completion of the project. Yes, accept that it might not be your direct to say it's you, but what is, because you are the one who require this service. At the end of the day, you are the one who are going to pay for this. How are you ensuring that the time it takes to build a police station, including the satellite police stations, which are required, as you said, Minister, that in many instances, by the time that and I think you wanted to give an example of Deep Slot. By the time the police station was completed, the population of Deep Slot had increased so much that the capacity of the police station was inadequate. And the last one, Minister, because you come from the business school, don't you think the time has come to actually send every one of the senior managers of the South African Police Service back to school on leadership and management, but also on PFMA and ethics? There are just too many people who are suspended on account of PFMA, on account of ethics, and on account of leadership. I would think that being a professor from a business school, that should have been or ought to be your top priority. That the men and women that are sitting here in front ought to be enrolled, talk to the business school, let them go back to school on matters of leadership, management, ethics, and PFMA. Because we don't want to, tomorrow we say, no, we interacted with them, and then they are suspended on account of ethics, on account of PFMA. I think it ought to be mandatory, over and above the work that the State Security Agency is doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Honorable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you know, if I listen to the SAPS today, it does feel to me as though there is some form of information from you that you want to rebuild and restore the SAPS, and it's commendable, and we thank you for that. But you know, when I look at you sitting here, all of you, most of you are higher ranking police officers, and you're all dressed very neatly, and you're all writing with nice pens, and you look nice. But that's not the lived reality in a police station. When I do visits at police station, oversight visits, your police officers are not dressed properly. They don't have name tags on. Some of them don't even have pens to write with. And part of the problem why they don't have pens to write with is because your supply chain management system is corrupt. If you don't put in 6 quotations for something simple like pens or light bulbs or cleaning material, and it takes a long time for it to get approved, the process starts all over again, which means they don't have access to basic things that they need: toilet paper, pens, books. This is completely unacceptable, and I really think that is why you have to decentralize supply chain from Pretoria to provinces so that they can cut the red tape. If they need a tire, and that is one of the reasons why we have so many vehicles standing, because it's small parts. They need a tire, they need a mirror on the side, something like that. But it takes months for them to have this approved through the supply chain management system. Why can't we just make sure that we devolve these powers to provinces? It's very unnecessary. I want to use an example of the K9 unit that we visited. And I must say we were pleasantly surprised when we visited the K9 unit. But they can't purchase dogs. They have 97. You have place for 1,001 dogs. They can't purchase dogs. There's 97 because the BEEE regulations make it so difficult for suppliers to supply dogs to the South African Police Service. So you would rather, instead of supporting a South African company, you would go and look overseas and try and purchase a dog from overseas to come to South Africa, which costs 3 times the amount. That doesn't make good business practice. It doesn't make financial sense at all. I cannot understand why we would do that. And I mean, if I look at something that I think seriously has to be addressed, is the police training colleges. If we don't fix our foundation phase, it's like going to school and looking at children in grade 1 and grade R. And we don't fix our foundation phase, they're going to get to grade 4 like they are now, and they can't read and write for meaning. And that's exactly what's happening in our police training colleges, because our police training colleges are not equipped to ensure that we're giving the correct caliber training to these recruits. We taking in 5,500 new police officers yearly, but our attrition rate and the rate at which people are leaving is actually higher. But again, I want to use a simple example. I was at a police station to assist somebody, and I must say they were very good after I was there, and they really did assist me. But to complete a docket took almost 2 hours. And it's because they're not trained properly. They don't know how to complete the paperwork, and that comes from your police training colleges. It can never be that we can take an affidavit or a statement from somebody, and because we can't translate it properly because the dockets have to be written in English for court purposes, we lose what's happening in the translation, and it takes 2 hours to help one person. I mean, that's 2 hours that could be spent on something else. So our systems have to definitely improve. And then, Minister, you yourself now said that the reason why General Mkhwanazi and General Mosekile are going to work together is to diversify and disseminate responsibilities, and I think that's good. But honestly speaking, we're now at that point in South Africa where we have to expand policing powers to provinces that are capable to do it. Clearly, holding all the power in Pretoria is not helping us anymore. It is not assisting anybody. It is not assisting South Africans, and it is something that I think we have to address with urgency to make sure that we can necessitate and capacitate the SAPS in provinces so that they can run I want to say a Rolls-Royce performance in every province instead of having a broken down Golf, if it makes sense, just so that we can improve on what we're doing. Because if we don't change these things, nothing is going to change. And my last question, Chair, is just on the limited integration in the criminal justice system. There's no shared performance indicators and accountability mechanisms that exist across the SAPS, the NPA, justice and correctional services. And who is going to be held responsible when cases collapse along these lines in this chain? Because we see it almost on a daily basis. The police arrest somebody, in 2 days' time, they're out on the street again. And that is making your work more difficult, and it is making South Africa less safe. So can we please just have clarity on that? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Schikkerling. Any of the other members? The Honourable Director, you can start, and then Honourable James.
Thank you, Chair. When the Minister was responding, he raised a serious aspect with regard to intergovernmental relations, which seems to be a challenge in the justice cluster. So is there any specific mechanism which can be put in place in an administrative level in order to address that matter of the intergovernmental relations within the justice cluster? And secondly, Chair, on the issue of extortion, I've heard that the department has established both provincial and national call center. And I would also want to check on the side of the department, is it value for money? Is it bearing positive results? If we can also get clarity on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable James.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go back to crime prevention. Now, we cannot have, what concerns me, General,
Osekiles, we cannot have a budget of 47 million when it comes to protecting women and children and there's no enforcement, I think like the minister said. I understand earlier on when you referenced Section 10 of the Children's Act in terms of whose responsibility it is to act where children are in direct danger. We also know that there's a national instruction basically for SAPS that allows SAPS to actually respond to these cases, especially when it is after hours when you don't have social workers. Now, I'm also saying we cannot basically shift and I don't want to say blame shift. We cannot look at and every time we reference and we mention children, we say, no, this is the responsibility of the Department of Education or this is the responsibility of DSD, particularly where we know that we have social crime prevention and particularly where we know where children are in spaces of risk. We need to ensure, number one, the priority as per the Children's Act, that we take those children to a place of safety. Now, you asked earlier on, we cannot just remove. Removing is the last thing. It's so traumatic. I've been on scene with quite a few of these cases, and that's the absolute last thing that we want to do. But as things stand right now on the Western Cape with the high levels of drug abuse and gangsterism, children are abandoned and children are at risk. Children are sleeping outside, they're going without food, they're being abused, sexually violated. Every day I'm getting hundreds, dozens of cases of children being sexually abused, going without food, are going to these homes. So I'm saying to you, at any given point, we need to ensure that our police stations, our victim-friendly rooms are adequately equipped to absorb these children. And at any given point, whether I go to SAPS at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, because sometimes in these drug and gang infested areas, Minister, your social workers cannot just enter even without SAPS on their own because of the risk. So this is something which, and even when we do have removals, Minister, you don't even have vehicles. Your social crime prevention is mandated to respond to such cases to ensure that that child, that minor does not get into a van but into a vehicle. There are many times when we cannot remove because SAPS does not have the resources. That's the reality, and this is what I'm trying to say. So we cannot say that when a child is found loitering on a street corner, Western Cape, a social worker can just pick that child up. This is why we have social crime prevention. This is why we have the vehicles to actually stop, because when that child is standing on the street corner, that child is at risk of being raped, being murdered, being abducted. It is the responsibility, the primary responsibility of SAPS to ensure that child's safety, to load that child in the vehicle, take that child to the victim-friendly room, track the parents, bring the parents in, get the social worker, and the social worker will then deal with the case further. So that is a must that we have to do. If we are addressing gangsterism on the Cape Flats, we cannot wait for that child to get into a pelapos or into the gang before we go and rescue that child. It is our responsibility, social crime prevention, to act to ensure that that child is safe. And then basically we notify DSD and we have all of those social workers on standby. I must say the social workers on the Western Cape are quite effective. They have been responding adequately. But the thing is, with our SAPS members, where all of these children are at risk and in these gangs right now, we find that SAPS members aren't even aware. And I appreciate MP's question on, don't you think it's time that some of our members gets back to school? They are not even familiar with the process in terms of what forms to have at the police station. So they don't know about the Form 22, the Form 36, how to do that. And it is needed in the Western Cape. So if we are saying we are allocating a budget of 47 million to address women and children and crime prevention, we must ensure that we have the capacity, that people are educated and empowered to actually ensure that we have value for money when it comes to the spend of 47 million. So we cannot approve a budget where there's loopholes. So this is what I'm saying when it comes to, we have to, and I'm not going to back down on this, we have to act where we see children are at risk. No more children loitering, no more children, when children are meant to be in school, that is a violation of the children's rights. And SAPS is meant to act and be first responded to that child that is vulnerable. Then the second question I just want to ask, the priority, and you're right, Minister, we agree with all those priorities, it is needed. We have two programs, we have Shanela and we have the SANDF deployment. Now, I don't understand when we say, with Shanela, we have weekly monitoring, which is awesome. Here we have a program that has been mentioned that stems from the SONA, from the president, the SAND deployment, and 2 months in, we're saying we haven't monitored. Why? I would have liked to think that the same urgency is assigned here with this program. Shanela gets monitored weekly. SANDF 2 months and we haven't monitored.
1 minute.
We don't have an analysis when it comes to that. Thank you. So the comparison, what's the difference? Shanela, we just heard that all departments are present. They're participating. With SANDF, the minister says we cannot instruct other departments. So I'm not sure where's the difference here. Please help me understand. And then last, General Sentimulu, you spoke about the e-docket pilot. Thank you so much for this. We have been asking for this for the longest time ever. But I just want to know that we've had this program rolled out before. There was a service, if my memory, I just didn't have enough time to do the research now. There was a service provider appointed not so long ago, and monies was paid actually for this e-docket program. What happened? There was no value for money. I believe that matter is in court. Have we recovered the money spent for that program? What is the status of that? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Any of the other members? I'll come back to you again if need be. General Dimpani, can I hand over to you for coordination? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start with the lifestyle audits just to give comfort. SSA is only responsible to deal with the senior managers. When you look at this slide, Honorable Member, on Program 1, we do have indicators there that talks to our own internal work in terms of other members. So we are responsible for vetting and lifestyle audits of other members. SSA is concentrating on the project that is prioritizing senior managers. So we do have indicators on Program 1 that talks to all other levels in this particular regard. There is an issue on ethics and PFMA training senior managers. These are the issues that Minister spoke about, the reset. As we put this table, this on the table, members, what are the issues that we need to be concentrating on in terms of capacity at all levels? Where do we find ourselves lacking? So we will be concentrating in terms of all these other issues, collaborating, of course, with other institutions in terms of dealing with the gaps that we would have identified. To this end, the National Commissioner is planning for the induction of the newly appointed provincial commissioners, because senior managers are responsible to ensure that they lead their teams. There's ethical conduct, there is resource management, and there's knowledge in terms of this resource management. So there is a program that our training is also putting together, that each and every senior manager, whether it be a provincial commissioner, divisional commissioner who's appointed, there is an induction. And we will be collaborating with the relevant offices, such as your AGSA, such as all these institutions, to assist us that we subject those that would have been newly appointed to an induction, and these areas are prioritized. Issues of ethics, issues of financial management and resource management. We do have our ethics committees, and we subject to this end, senior managers who are responsible for that ethics committee. We have enrolled them with the Ethics Institute. So there are programs that are currently taking place. Myself, I'm a certified ethics officer. I've undergone a training. The ethics committee chairperson is a certified ethics officer. So we undergo those particular issues, and we want to roll this over in terms of collaborating with those institutions. So these are the areas that we are concentrating on, and we believe that with the efforts in time, we will be able to capture everyone. Issues of ethical conduct is non-negotiable. It is non-negotiable at this point in time. If we find you to have conduct yourself unethically, we will deal with you. So those are the issues that we are currently concentrating on, Chair. In terms of issues of tools of trade, we can give this committee comfort that the provincial commissioners are appointed in terms of the constitution, and they're responsible to run their provinces, and they are responsible to manage resources. There are issues that are devolved to the provincial commissioners. As I indicated, we are identifying inefficiencies, we are identifying in leadership inadequacies at some levels. And those are the things that we are focusing on to deal with issues of accountability. If we give money to the provincial commissioner, we expect to see the basic tools of trade procured and with the speed to ensure that we do have tools of trade. So we have identified the root causes of the problems that are plaguing us. However, we do note all these issues that the members are putting on the table. Those are the issues as and when we deal with accountability, as I indicated, and monitoring, we will be improving in relation to these particular issues. The monitoring of the SNDF project, that is a priority, Honorable Member. I spoke about it yesterday in the very same meeting. So General Musikidi and the team have been required to then put together so that together with Shanela, so it is a program that we can continue not to monitor. So they are will be producing reports. Reports are required by portfolio committee. Those reports will be produced in this particular regard. I believe General Musikidi will touch on, we have had the issues of prioritizing of issues that relates to protection of children. General Musikidi will respond to those, that we can give this committee an assurance that the vulnerable groups, the issues of GBVF, this is on top of our priority. We do have our social crime prevention units across the country that are also resourced to deal with these particular issues. But General Musikidi will expand, or if there's a need for her to also clarify on the questions of Honorable James, she will come in. I don't want to waste a bit of time. And General Mavunda, on the e-docket, what has transpired in terms of this particular project, she can touch on that. And lastly, on training, are our police training colleges equipped and producing the quality of police men and women that we require? General Zulu will touch a bit on this and expand on the training of the detectives. Perhaps in that order, before we hand over back to the minister to wrap up on other issues that we might have left out, I will request General Musikidi, General Mavunda, and General Zulu on the training colleges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you once more, Chair. Very quickly, Chairperson, if words came out wrongly in terms of the monitoring of the operations, I think as the acting is also reiterating, Honorable James, the impact assessment, it's the broader assessment that you will weigh, but I was able to reflect on the numbers because of that monitoring, because we look at every week how our operations were undertaken and what are the challenges, which other areas we need to take our resources to, which areas we need to change in terms of the numbers. It's because of that assessment and analysis of the weekly. I think the next question of how do we distinguish between Operation Prosper and Operation Shanela. Shanela is a holistic crime prevention approach that relates to the priorities of the provincial commissioner, of the district commissioner in the whole province, the whole country. But when you look at Prosper, we have identified the flashpoints. We have hotspots provinces, number one. Within the hotspots provinces, out of the number of police stations in the Western Cape alone, we have prioritized certain police stations that are a high crime gang station, so that we implement that has been communicated on the SONA in addressing illegal mining at the illegal mining provinces for Eastern Cape and Gauteng. And Gauteng, you will also have both illegal mining and the gangs. So the distinction between these two is that where we deploy, much as there will be the Operation Shanela deployment in any other area, where there is a flashpoint on certain dimension or certain commodity that we want to address, that is where Operation Prosper is. But when we look at the holistic overview of the week's operations, we look at everything. So all these reports will come, but then what you requested earlier is to segregate your overall assessment of the province and what Prosper is doing. So you look at only these stations that are 17 priority stations in the Western Cape. I'm just making an example, but elsewhere in the country where we have identified particular police stations that are flashpoints in terms of what we want to do. Northwest, we look at Bapong areas, Rustenburg, and so forth. So we look at what impact is there in that particular space. And I know that it might look as if it's 2 months, but we came to the portfolio committee and presented that we have breakdown of how this deployment will happen. The first month, it's mobilization of resources. We're talking 2 different departments where SANDF will mobilize, do the collapse, do the budgeting training or the joint training, which we presented, Chairperson, that we want these troops and operatives when they go to the ground to understand each other's role and what is it that will happen, including because when SANDF is deployed, they are with SAPS, they are deployed with powers. Which powers are these that we are giving to the SANDF to be able to operate? So it happened in phases where you mobilize. After mobilization, it was the training. After training, then we disseminated this operation and which areas. I think where you have been with them meeting and greeting, it was the scanning process of the operatives. But I think when they operate, they work on the intelligence that was provided and they will go to specific areas to do so. So I want to apologize if it came as if on a weekly basis we are not monitoring what the operations are, because if we wait for a month, we might not know what are the challenges that are happening on a daily basis. For an example, we now know what to communicate with our counterparts. I have been briefing the acting national commissioner in terms of other areas where we have deployment, where we need to tweak and change, where we need to look at other type of resources that we require, because the ones that we are having might have shortcomings. On the issues of the children, Honorable Member, you are right. We have got the responsibility. I reiterated on the issues of Section 28 that we do have mandate, we do have responsibility to save, to protect children, irrespective of the time of the day, where, who, and how. However, my reiteration was over and above your face a response that you will see that this child do needs protection. There are other processes that we must also undertake collaboratively. I also spoke about the MOUs that we might have signed with other departments, that over and above what is the responsibility and the mandate of the South African Police Service, where we foresee the possibilities that here we need to intervene as the South African Police Service, what steps and processes we need to undertake, but that need to be undertaken within the confines of the law. But we are not going to leave out our work. And on the child protection issues, it doesn't even leave General Nkosi here next to me out when it gets to the issues of trafficking. So it is all of us responsibility. ICVPS says who comes in when and what happens. So crime-wise, police will be everywhere. But in terms of other departments that needs to come in particular areas of our response, that is where we are saying here, we need to collaborate with this department here, we collaborate with that department. When it gets to the issues of football, we need DBE, we need the small business when it comes. So it is the whole of government that we are saying in terms of responding to particular areas will require a certain or other departments to come in, but not in any way to say as the police we will just pass and see where is the department DSD. And we know in terms of numbers, we have police stations everywhere, but we don't have DSD offices everywhere. Hence, we need to have those MOUs. We need to have all those training that we are taking our frontline officers in terms of them having to undertake National Instruction 8, 3 of 2008, National Instruction 7 of 1999. So these are all the measures that we are taking. And from time to time, we also report on the VFRs. They are meant for that, but we do have certain departments that we need to interact with as early as possible for the early intervention. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I skipped one on the retention of the detectives. The committee will recall that recently we introduced the detective allowance. We are done with the implementation. There is a detective allowance. In our effort to retain the detectives, we have introduced that particular process, and we are done. We believe and hope that our detectives will be motivated. Obviously, we cannot say we can only motivate the detectives and retain them through money. There are other efforts, but we have introduced the detective allowance. I would allow General Zulu to touch quickly on the status of our colleges. Are we equipped? As well as just emphasizing our priority in terms of the ROC training that we expose our members to. After her, it will then be General Mabundla. I think we would have captured everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will be responding on the training-related matters. Firstly, I will start with the one of training being equipped. I will appreciate the comments that has been provided by Honorable Member, and I think working together we can improve what is happening on the service there, because we are at the academies, but at the service point you don't find us there maybe to monitor those that are just finished training. Currently we've got people that are the new constable, they are at the workplace exposure. So as they are at the workplace exposure, they have to be also assisted on the practical part. That's why sometimes it takes long time even for them to finish the case in terms of reporting. Maybe as an organization, we might also need to improve in terms of communicating and also indicating when we have got the new constables who are still at the workplace exposure, so that we can be able to indicate to the members that are coming to our police stations that we've got these members at the stations, and then they must bear with us as we're still also trying to expose them to the workplace. And also maybe the utilization of my SAPS apps, maybe also need to communicate more on the utilization of the My SAPS app, because it's also help us, we monitor it to see what type of challenges that the members are getting when the committee members are getting when they go to the police stations, so that they can be able to identify where there are flaws and we identify them. And then after that, we'll give them the localized training, which is more on the in-service, just to improve the service delivery. So we'll continue improving on this one, and we appreciate for the member that always come on the side in terms of what we need to, to look at. And on the reserve training, there was also in terms of capacitation of reservists, the Board of Commissioners on the 26th of March 2026, they approved the training provision plan for 26-2027, and then 2.17 million is allocated for the training of the reservists. As soon as we get then the new recruits for the reservists, will be equipping them with the necessary skills. Already the money is allocated for this activity. In terms of the capacitation of the detectives, both the specialized detectives and the generic detectives, the CFO, through the assistance of the integrated criminal justice system funds, they provided us with 66 million to train the detectives on the issues around crime investigation and detection. Out of this money, we've got 1,200 detectives that will be attending the resolving of crime. And not only that, they need only resolving of crime, there are other basic necessary skills that they need for them to do this work. One of those, they will need to attend to the issues like of the sexual offense as investigators, and then we've allocated the seats, 718 detectives that will be attending this particular training. Also, we need to focus on the issues of family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses, which the organization has allocated the budget for that, and we've got almost 119 that will be specializing on this particular training. They will be attending it. We also have more new recruits that are still on the workplace exposure. As soon as they go back to the detective environment, before they go to the resolving of crime, they need to go to the course, what you call the basic crime investigation practice. That is a program that allows them to go to the specialized, more specialized on the rock. So we've got 1,206, which will be accommodating those detectives that are currently at the police station doing workplace exposure. And also we have got a lot of other courses that we're also providing for the new recruits to make sure that they get into the work as possible. We've got 577, for example, that will be training on the financial investigation course, and we will see that most of the crimes these days also include finances. And then we've got almost like 770 that will be trained in terms of the introduction to electronic related crimes, which when we look in terms of the cyber crime is also a problematic issues that we are getting. So these are the basic just for them to become detectives. And we also look in terms of the detective commanders, because for them to operate well, they need also operational management and leadership. So the organization will be spending 36.5 million for just training the detective commanders to make sure that they get the necessary skill that they need as a detective commanders, and also improve the services on the ground. And we also have the honorable member, Adam, spoke about the capacitation of the anti-gang units. So we will be training 150 detectives who should also be assisting with the investigation in terms of gangsterism. And also we'll also set another, courses that a package for those that are doing the visible policing. So we've got a number of those. And we specialize also on those on the DPCI environment, especially the psychological motivated crimes. So we've got 150. And then we've got those that will be looking in terms of stock theft, because also becoming a problematic, especially when you come to the rural areas. So we try to align everything what we get here with the programs as well as the priorities of the organization, including the one that the minister had provided. So with the TPP, when we present and it's being adopted by the organization, already this particular alignment, we should have already proved. That is why it's easy to give the figures and the amount per training. So, but we'll continue to improve. And then also if there is a special need, there is an accommodation to add any course, and then with the approval of the acting national commissioner. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay. The last one is General Mavundla on the e-dockets.
Chairperson, honorable members, the minister, the deputy ministers, and the BNC colleagues. The e-docket initiative is brought about because of the old technology. We have the e-docket. It is on the old technology. We continue to use it. The integrations that are going into ICDMS to the court for a court-ready docket, for them to know that the docket is ready for court now. Those integrations are continuing. They are used by the other sister departments in the IJS, in the integrated justice system. But we continue to stabilize what we have that we use that is reliable at the moment, whilst we are exploring the new technologies, because technology evolves. I think General Sintomole spoke to the new docket that we would want to have other than what we have, which we are using as a tool that is already old technology. So we will evolve into the new technology as we are consolidating ourselves with the other departments. Because we are an entry department, our investigations on new technology has to start with us in the organization. So that's what we are starting, and it is linking to our digitization of the investigation and docket management process that we are trying to deal with in the SAPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. From the officials, I believe we have captured most of the questions, if not all. We will then hand over back to the Chair and the Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, General. Are there any questions missed?
I'm sorry, Chair, that wasn't my question. I asked about the e-docket. Remember, there was an allocation of a service provider some years ago, and that matter was in court as well to try and get back some of those monies. I wanted to know how far is that matter since we are rolling out this program again.
Okay.
Thanks.
you.
That's what I asked.
General.
Thank you.
There's no e-docket court process that had happened before.
I'll just check for you.
No e-docket. Thank you.
Honorable Ghana.
Thanks, Chair. I had asked the question in terms of the surface level vetting that's done before acting appointments are being made.
Okay. Perhaps I will also request General Nkua to touch on this. However, as I indicated, we do have an integrity and risk management unit that this is their key performance indicator. They vet and conduct lifestyle investigations on all other levels. To be direct to your question, do we have a process in place if somebody leaves today and we appoint an acting? I think that is an area of improvement, Chair, that we need to introduce to the work that this integrity unit is currently dealing with. So that is an area of improvement. However, we can give you comfort that that particular area has been prioritized. The Minister has directed that the integrity unit should be fully capacitated to deal with this work. This will include all other levels, and then we then need to embed a process immediately that is not reactive, that is proactive, to say if these ones leave today and we have to appoint an acting and that acting is not vetted, what do we do? So it is an area of improvement, and we appreciate that the honorable member is bringing to us. However, myself, I do have security clearance, though I will be revetted. I have submitted to SSA. If perhaps the question was directed to the acting ADCO, I have security clearance, but I welcome the input. Chair, we will embed it on the work that our integrity unit is currently doing. And the capacitation of that unit is on top of our priority at this point in time. Thank you.
Should I add, Chair? Thank you very much. I was hoping I'm going to leave here without saying a word because all the HR related questions were answered. But thank you, Chair, and let me pass my special greetings to you, Chair, and to the honorable members, our acting minister, deputy ministers, and the acting national commissioner, and all my colleagues, and the acting head of IPID. Honorable Ghana, in terms of the lifestyle audits and the vetting, it has already been said that State Security Agency, they have been assigned to assist us with this function. And they have started, as it was already explained by the minister as well as by the acting national commissioner. Then on the vetting of senior managers, our requirement is that all senior managers from level 13 brigadiers up to the highest level of the national commissioner, they are required to have a top security clearance. So if they are appointed to act in another post, they should be having a security clearance. So there's no need for us to vet them if they were already vetted. But we know that the security vetting after every 4 or 5 years, they do expire. And the expectation is that as they expire, they're expected to apply again. So In terms of the acting, like General Dimpane has already indicated that as the acting national commissioner, she does have a valid security clearance. However, with the new instruction that our vetting must be done by state security agency, whether it's valid or not valid, we are all expected to submit to a state security agency. However, what we have been doing before, when we are appointing people to act or when we are appointing people in new positions, if they do not have a security vetting, we were doing the basic screening, security screening through our crime intelligence, as well as through our forensic services, LCRC, where they will be checking the fingerprints. We are also using the GEX to check if there are any other negativity from on the part of those applicants. So we're doing the basic security screening. So it is there, we can do it. We were using it before, but now the instruction is that we do not appoint anyone before a person is vetted by state security agency, but we do have, some of the systems that we can use to do that basic screening, which will mainly be done by LCRC in terms of the fingerprints, by our crime intelligence as well. So that system is there, is in place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, General. Colleagues, it is now 1:15. Because Honorable Schickling spoke so slowly, we're 13 minutes behind the time. But I would like us to break for lunch now. And if possible, can we aim to be back at just before 2, let's say 2 o'clock, but ideally if we can start 10 minutes earlier, it would be even better for us to begin with IPID. And if the Minister approves, I think it would be fitting to release SAPS if we are finished with that part of the discussion. We all know there's lots of work to be done, and then we can tackle the session with IPID. Thank you and enjoy your lunch. Dr. Bia and your team. If I may, hand over to Minister Kachalia to just introduce and get the IPID team going, not that they need getting going, and then we can go through the presentation before we engage. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is also a very important presentation because I think strengthening IPID has to be a key priority. I think that it must be considered to be part of the reset agenda because improving accountability within the police service.
Mr. Sorry to interrupt. Will you speak into the microphone?
Thank you, Chair. Is a priority. And I think that so strengthening IPID is a priority. They have a very clear resource gap. But that resource gap in terms of their ability to clear backlogs and conduct investigations effectively is a priority that we have to focus on in the coming years. I also worry about the relationship between the IPID process and the process in SAPS, because you often have a situation where there are parallel investigations, including disciplinary processes, and they often have different outcomes. And then the question arises as to, well, what was the right outcome? If you've got both structures dealing with the same inquiry. But I think you'll see once again in this budget in the APP that there is some reprioritization occurring. And I do think that they've made some effort to address the issues that the ministry raises as priorities. Of course, IPID is a constitutionally independent structure, and that's why. So I think we have the right kind of model, a model that protects this process, this accountability process through constitutional entrenchment. The real questions are now more about resources, capacity, and so forth. In this presentation, I don't think the committee will be satisfied that we've arrived at a model that is fully resourced, but I think I hope you'll be able to see that there is some progress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Dr. Bia, over to you.
No, thank you, Chair, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister. I need to indicate that I'm joined by the Executive Committee of IPID. In line with the invitation, Chair, we will be dealing specifically with a strategic plan, budget, as well as annual performance plan. I just want to highlight key aspects in line with our 9 priorities. One such an aspect has been highlighted by the Minister, and of course it has been spoken about in this House many a time. That is to reduce backlog. We are taking that as one of our key priorities. And we can report that we have, for the first time in the previous financial year, completed more than our intake. So our completion rate was very high within the previous 5 years. So we are doing well in that area. And of course, one key consideration based on what is happening within the country is to strategically reposition ourselves to be able to deal with complex matters of corruption and organized crime within the SAPS. And by so doing, we are establishing a forensic investigation unit, which will be housed at a national level. We also have other critical consideration, which is in line with the crisis of the country, and that is gender-based violence. These are 3 key highlights out of 9 other priorities. And on that note, Chairperson, I will hand over to the CFO who will deal with budgetary aspects, followed by Ms. Litla, the head of strategy, who will cover the issue of APP. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bila. Greetings to the chairperson, honorable members, the minister, deputy minister, and colleagues. Chair, allow me to take the committee through the budget allocation that has been made for IPID over the period of 3 years, from 26-27 financial year to 28-29. Chair, as the minister has already indicated in his opening remark, we continue to reprioritize our budget allocation by mainly reorganizing our functions so that we are able to deal with the core functions of the department. Chair, as a result, you'd noticed on slide 4, yes, thank you so much. You'll notice, Chair, that we are now operating with 3 programs, and mainly to share the budget allocation that has been made to the department. The first program, Chair, is our support service, where we housed quite a number of support service functions to support the service delivery program, which is program 2. And you will note the budget, Chair, administration, we have allocated about 32% of the overall budget of the department. And the second one, which is the service delivery program, investigation and provincial coordination, we have allocated 64% of the overall budget, Chair, because this is where the service delivery takes place. The last program, which is legal compliance, information, and stakeholder management, this is what we call an enabling program to our service delivery program. And we have allocated 4% of our overall budget. Chair, moving to economic classifications, the overall budget, Chair, of 447 million, 69% of that budget has been allocated to compensation of employees, while 29% is sitting under goods and services and 2% in machinery and equipment. Chair, I must indicate that this budget, particularly sitting in goods and services, is accommodating your contractual obligations. So it's what we call a fixed budget, mainly for IPID operations, while compensation of employees has been reprioritized mainly to increase more resources in case of capital resource, particularly covering some of the functions that have been introduced, like the one Dr. Bila has touched on forensic capacity. Moving to the next slide, Chair, this is the breakdown of program 1, makes of corporate services, departmental management, finance, internal audit, and office accommodation. This office accommodation is mainly your earmark funds for office leases in all provinces where IPID exists, particularly where there are rented offices. And members will also note that the bulk of the budget in this program is sitting at compensation of employees and mainly to accommodate their statutory functions. This is where you host your risk, your internal audit, your SPM, ICT, communication, security, and internal control. Those are statutory functions that we are expected to have. And as a result, 59% of the budget allocation in the first year of the MTF, it's sitting in compensation of employees. And 38% of the overall budget, which is 54 million, is sitting in goods and services, mainly to cover, amongst others, your regularity audit by AGSA, your operational cost, as well as your leases. And 1.6% is for ICT, which amount to 2.3 million in the first year of the MTF. The next slide talks to the business delivery or the service delivery function. Chair, Dr. Bila spoke about the forensic investigation service. We have since set aside 8.1 million mainly to capacitate the unit. And we also have investigation management. This is where the national head of investigation and the teams are sitting to ensure that they assist in terms of the policy development. And then the last sub-program within this program is investigation services, which account to 95% of the overall budget for this program. This is where provinces are sitting with investigators. And the bulk Chair, of this budget is sitting in compensation of employees. As Chair and members will know that we are labor intensive. We are relying more on the number of investigators. So the bulk of this budget, we always make sure that we recruit more numbers as and when we identify any savings. Goods and services of this program is sitting at 68 million in the first year of the MTEF. Followed by 6.8 million of machinery and equipment, mainly to address our investigative tools of trades, amongst others, your vehicles. We continue to replace our aged vehicles as and when we identify savings within. The last program, Chair, legal compliance, information and stakeholder management. We have allocated the bulk of the budget to the sub-program 1, which is legal compliance monitoring and quality assurance. As Chair will recall that previously we made a commitment to establish the quality assurance so that they can work closely with our investigators to ensure that the quality of our docket is up to the required standard. We also have the policy research and information management, which is taking the 4.6 million of the total allocation. And lastly, stakeholder management, accounting for 3.1. The total, Chair, like in other programs, the bulk of the allocation is sitting at compensation of employees, accounting for 15.6 million. Because we will expect more numbers to assist in executing the functions that have been introduced. And the second will be your goods and services, 4.3 million, mainly for operational cost. Now, Chair, the following slide, we continue to put this across when we meet with National Treasury, as and when we meet with the committee, to say if we have to look into the IPID Act sections that have not been fully implemented due to the capacity constraints, after being quantified, we are saying IPID require not less than 463 million over MTF, mainly to address the backlog cases that Dr. Bila spoke about earlier on, and other operational challenges that we are currently unable to fund. But we continue to reprioritize what has been allocated to us so that the service delivery cannot suffer. Now, Chair, the management, as well as a presentation to our minister. Chair, the main one will be to deal with the reduction of the backlog. The strategy has been developed and presented, and we are currently implementing that strategy. So as and when we identify savings, we rechannel such to address the backlog strategy. And each and every meeting in the department, the strategy is amongst the items that are discussed. The second one is prioritization of gender-based violence and femicide cases, as well as the corruption cases. I think Dr. Bila has spoken to corruption cases, so what we are intending to do in order to strengthen our team to deal with corruption cases. Strengthening of investigation quality assurance capacity. I've touched on it earlier on. We are trying to have this function so that our investigators can be supported, and the main aim is to make sure that by the time we make referrals, at least we know that the quality has been done on the dockets that are shared with NPA, as well as the referral to SAPS and MPS. Establishment of forensic investigations, we spoke about it, and here we are not referring to the forensic investigation within SAPS. We are referring to the skills that we don't have, like you are financial analyst during the time when we investigate corruptions. And those are the skills that we are trying to attract so that we can strengthen our investigation capacity. Strengthening, we continue, Chair, to strengthen our call center. Chair and honorable members will recall that last year, this time when we were here, we were excited to introduce a call center, mainly to make sure that the community members access the services of IPID without a struggle. And as a result, a call center was established, which is free for any community members to access IPID where there is a need. Now we continue to strengthen this call center operation by making sure that it has a permanent capacity and it operates 24 hours. That's what we are trying to do, hence strengthening. And then digital transformation, Chair, we have, and this is some of the points that the minister put emphasis on during our engagement. We have developed what we call ICT implementation plan. And in that plan, there are projects that have been prioritized. And amongst those projects, Chair, we are expected to modernize our operations. And we have also made a commitment amongst ourselves that each and every time when we identify savings, we will make sure that ICT implementation plan is prioritized because it affects the operations of IPID. We are also at the final stage of development of a case management system. As Chair and honorable members will recall that the current case management system that we are using is an outsourced, and we have been one of the risk of using the outsourced case management system. We've set aside money to develop our own. We are almost at the final stage of that process. Strengthening stakeholder relations, we continue to work with stakeholders, our key stakeholders, particularly when we engage at the different forums, and we have set aside a budget just to make sure that we work, particularly when we've got community outreach programs. Training and capacity development, Chair, when you capacitate the unit, the organization, one of the key process there is to train them so that you are able to do more with less. And as a result, we have set aside 1% of our composition of employees, which amounts to 3 million, so that we can capacitate our investigators, not only our investigators, but also other officials within the organization in an effort to also make sure that the governance is strengthened. But the bulk of this budget is for training of our investigators in various areas where they are lacking. And then lastly, Chair, we have noted all the development from various commissions that have been established, not only Madlanga Commission, but Nkabinde Commission of Inquiry, ad hoc committee from Parliament, and all the recommendations that have been done. We are establishing a task team that will be looking into that, quantify that, so that we can see how do we prioritize such implementation of recommendations within our limited allocation. Chair, thank you so much. That was the last slide. I will hand over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to you and honorable members, Minister, DM, and the colleagues. Chairperson, I'll be taking you through the next slides relating to performance information. Starting with our strategic plan, we know that we are supposed to be presenting the APP, but we thought it will also be prudent that we touch base on the strategic plan, which we presented also in the previous financial year. And this time around, there are minor changes that were introduced in this plan as an annexure to our APP. Starting with our mandate, there were no changes to our mandate, Chair. Just to remind the Chairperson and honorable members that we are anticipating the proclamation of the IPID Amendment Act sections that are relevant to the legislative mandate of IPID. And with that, with those changes, we have listed 6 significant changes to our mandate, starting with death as a result of actions of members of SAPS or MPS, whether such member was on duty or off duty. And also the investigation of discharge of an official firearm by any police officer has been repealed, and we will only investigate attempted murder. And on point number 3 is the investigation of assault common, which was also repealed, and will investigate assault GBH. And on offenses of torture, there was just an emphasis on the relevant legislation, which is the Prevention and Combating of Torture of People's Act of 2013. And also for corruption, there was also an emphasis on the relevant act, which is Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act of 2004. And lastly, Chair, is the investigation of allegations of the commission of an offense by a SAPS or MPS member committed together with any law enforcement agency or a civilian. And as far as the vision, there were also no changes. It still reads as an effective, independent investigative oversight body that promotes accountable policing. So this is our long-term goal, Chair, which we are aiming to, or continuously striving to achieve as the department, and will continue to conduct impartial investigations of identified criminal offenses and misconduct allegedly committed by members of SAPS, and refer appropriate recommendations and referral to the relevant institutions. Moving on to the next slide, where we have highlighted the indicators, slide number 11. Where the font is in blue, those are the changes, the minor changes, Chair, that we have introduced. Our impact statement, an accountable and professional police service that responds to community policing needs and upholds the rule of law. So all the work that we do as IPID, ultimately, this is what we are aiming to see, Chairperson, to have an accountable and professional police service that will respond to community needs, and in the process uphold the rule of law. And we still have 3 outcomes: effective and efficient department that upholds good governance. And the change that we have introduced is the indicator, the outcome indicator on vacancies filled within 8 months. Previously, the turnaround time was 6 months. And we have since revised the turnaround time, which was informed by a circular from the DPSA, Circular 28, which was issued in 2025. And there are processes that we need to observe before a position can be advertised and even filled. And in that circular, they've also indicated that all vacant positions should be filled at least within 8 months of becoming vacant, although we will strive to fill our positions as soon as possible, not necessarily waiting for the 8 months. And we are still having the reduction of legal claims against the department. The target is still at 30%. And for strengthened stakeholder relations, our target is still 60% implementation of the corporate communication strategy. And lastly, our outcome is the deterrence of police misconduct and criminality. And there is a change, Chair. Previously, our target was 40 completed investigations of GBV and F resulting in convictions. And these convictions are both criminal and departmental. Our target was initially 40, and these are our 5-year targets. And for the previous financial year, which is 25-26, we have seen a significant improvement as far as the conviction is concerned on GBV and F matters. By March, I think we had over 70 convictions, and that is a combination of both departmental and criminal convictions. And as a result, we reviewed our indicator, our target, apologies, and increased it to 120 convictions. And for corruption, the target, the 5-year target is still at 40. And for the other case classification, the target is still 1,320 convictions. Moving on to the APP, Chair. On program 1, we previously had 17 output indicators, and we have reduced to 16. The one indicator that was discontinued is percentage implementation of youth development strategy. This indicator, we implemented it for about 3 years, and we were attracting youth through an internship program. And we have since realized the impact of that as a result of that strategy that we've been implementing. The youth representation in the department has increased. So we are still going to continue to monitor the internship program, but at an operational level.
Starting with the first indicator, Chair, I think the chairperson, apologies, the CFO had already touched on this one, on the implementation of ICT. We are still retaining our target at 80%. And the next one is the implementation of annual internal audit plan. We are still retaining the target at 90. And for the implementation of risk mitigation strategies, we have increased the target from 70 to 80%. And for vacancies, vacancy rates, we are still retaining our target at 10%. This is our tolerance level, and we aim not to have more than 10% of positions that are vacant. Youth representation, we are still retaining our target at 20%. And for representation of women at senior management service, we are still retaining our target at 50. And for persons living with disability, the target is retained at 2%. On the next slide, we have an indicator, Chair, on the expenditure of goods and services procured from women-owned enterprises, which is also one of the national priorities on transformation, on empowerment of women. And we have a 40% target, which we are retaining, and we have been achieving this target, Chair. And for the reduction of irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we are retaining the target at 60%. And also just to indicate that the balance, it's based on historic irregular and both irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This is not only related to the previous financial year, but I will give an example with irregular expenditure. We have records from dating as far back as 2007, and there are processes that we have been engaging with the relevant stakeholders in order to address those matters. Members will recall that we even reported on the progress that we are making when we were presenting our annual report. So this is not only referring to the expenditures that we incurred during the financial year 2025-2026, but we want to continuously address all the unwanted expenditures in our books. The next one is the implementation of information security audit recommendations. We started the implementation in 25-26. This was a new indicator, and we are aiming to implement to be at 80% by year 2, and in year 3, finalize all the recommendations that we received. And this audit was conducted by SSA. And with the lifestyle audits conducted, this was also a new indicator in 25-26 financial year. We started at 38% and will continue in year 2 to 42, and ultimately in year 28-29, 100%. And just to give an update that thus far, all SMS members have been subjected to this process. And in the 25-26, the focus was on our investigators. And for the period that we are planning for, which is 26-27, the focus will be on SCM and finance officials. And the next indicator on legal advice provided to the department within 30 working days, we are retaining the target at 80. Because we had to consider also the capacity within our sub-directorate. And the other indicator which they are contributing to is litigation matters referred with instructions to the state attorney within 15 working days. The target is retained at 100%. And our last 2 indicators under program 1, which communications is responsible for, and the intention is to profile IPID and also create awareness on the services that IPID is providing. We have media programs held per year. The target is still at 6, and also community outreach events, the target is still at 40. Moving on to the core program, our targets and our indicators. The output indicators, they are still 18. There were no changes to the indicators. The only changes are in relation to the targets. Starting with our backlog target, it has been increased from 3,500 to 4,500, an increase of 1,000, and we'll continuously review the target on an annual basis based on the available resources. And for death in police custody, we have also increased our target from 60 to 140. Death as a result of police action was also increased from 60 to 80. Discharge of an official firearm from 130 to 150 in year 1. In year 2, it's 160. And in the third year of the MTF, it's 170. And for rape by police officer, the target is 35, was 35 in 25-26. It has also been increased to 55 across the MTF. And for rape while in police custody, the target is retained at 1. And also maybe just to indicate that we also do take into consideration the active cases and also the trend of intake that we register on an annual basis, and also the completion rate for each case category when we review our targets. And in addition, it will be the available resources. And for torture, the target is retained at 40 in year 1, then increased to 50, then 60 in the third MTF financial year. And for assault, the target was also increased from 700 to 750 in year 1, 800 in year 2, and in the last financial year of the MTF to 850. And for corruption, the target was set at 15. And this is, we also had to take into consideration, Chair, the processes that are still underway, which includes the establishment of the forensic investigation unit. And in the other financial years, that's when we can start seeing the impact of having that unit in place. But for now, we are still going to retain the target at 15, and we'll continuously review as we continue with the implementation of other interventions that will assist us to expedite the investigations of these complex cases. And for Section 28(1)H matters, we have increased our target to 140, from 30 to 140. And the significant increase is because we have been observing an influx of cases that we are registering in this category, particularly on domestic violence cases. And as a result, we had to reconsider the target that we have set for ourselves, and also the completion rate, because those cases, they fall under GBV and they are prioritized as we receive them. They have to be attended to. And the next one is on the investigations of offenses referred to in Section 33 of the IPID Act. And this is in relation to failure to report matters that falls within IPID's mandate. And we have increased the target to 10. And we have an indicator on rural-based investigative projects conducted, and the target is retained at 9. And what is expected from this indicator? We don't have a a footprint in most of our rural areas. Yes, we do have provincial offices in all 9 provinces, but we don't have a footprint in some of the districts. And as a result, the provinces, they have to have a plan on how are they going to ensure that those rural areas, they also receive the service that they are expecting from IPID. So that is what the department is implementing to ensure that all the provinces, they take the service to the rural areas and they provide a report at the end of the financial year on what has been done, the type of cases that have been attended and the status of those cases. And in addition to investigations, they also conduct community outreach events. They also conduct cell inspections. So the implementation of this project is not only limited to investigation activities. The next one is on the number of recommendation reports submitted to SAPS on cell inspections conducted. Chairperson and honorable members will recall that we conduct cell inspections nationally at a provincial level. And on this indicator, once we have conducted those cell inspections, we consolidate the findings in one report and we submit the report with findings and recommendations to the Office of the National Commissioner. And our target is 2. So in a financial year, we are submitting 2 reports to the National Commissioner on the findings and the recommendations. And the other indicator is station lectures conducted. We have increased our target from 45 to 50 across the 3 MTF financial years. And also just to explain on this indicator, what we are doing at a provincial level, they identify stations and also being informed by the nature of cases that are emanating from those stations. And during those station lectures, they try to address the challenges that we are experiencing from those offices, and also the nature of complaints that are emanating from those stations. And the intention is to see a reduction. And we are seeing a reduction of complaints in the 25-26 financial year when we compare it with 24-25 financial year by over 200 complaints reduction when we compare the 2 financial years. And on the next slide, which is slide 16, we refer dockets to the NPA within 30 days of being signed off, and we also refer recommendations to SAPS and MPS within 30 days of being signed off, and the target is still retained at 90%. And the last 2 indicators relates to the disciplinary outcomes from SAPS and MPS that are analyzed within 30 days. And we have increased the target from 80% to 90%. So the outcomes, the final outcomes on the disciplinary actions that were implemented, we analyze the outcome, and where the provincial management is not satisfied with the outcome, they engage further with the relevant office. And the last one is in relation to the responses that we receive from the NPA on whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Also on this one, after the analysis, they do engage further with the relevant NPA office should they not be satisfied with the decision that was taken by the NPA. And also where they have not given reasons for nullo prosecute, they do engage with the relevant office to get the reasons. And for the last program, which is legal compliance, information and stakeholder management, we have increased our output indicators from 5 to 6. The first indicator is number of analysis reports compiled on stakeholder engagements, and the target is 10. So on a monthly basis, there are meetings that we have at a provincial level with between SAPS and IPID and other stakeholders like your NPA. And this program, they analyze the discussions, the reports that will indicate what has been discussed in those meetings, and also to check if there are any recommendations
on how we can improve our engagements going forward, and any challenges that are being identified, they are discussed at a national level and to improve those areas where there are gaps. And the next one is number of SAPS and MPS recommendation compliance reports that are compiled, and the target is 12 on a monthly basis on all the dockets and the recommendations that are referred to the NPA, SAPS and MPS. This program, they analyze the reports, IPID reports, and the intention is to improve the quality of our recommendations so that going forward, we don't find a situation where our recommendations are not implemented because of the gaps identified in our reports. And the next one, which is the new, it's a new indicator that was introduced, is the number of statistical reports compiled of cases investigated. The target is 2. So we'll issue a biannual statistical report, which will cover April to September, and afterwards we'll have an annual report, which will cover the 12 months period of the financial year. And the next one is percentage of dockets that are quality assured within 30 days of receipt. This is an indicator where the new unit that we are still in progress of establishing the quality assurance, they will play a very critical role in contributing to the quality assurance process of our dockets. And we have research papers finalized. We have increased our target from 1 to 2 across the MTF period. And the last indicator on legal advice provided to investigators within 5 working days, the target is still retained at 100%. Thank you, Chairperson. That was the last slide. Thank you, Acting ED.
Thank you very much. May I then hand over to the members for any questions and comment? Honourable Schikkerling, noted. Honourable James. Dereko. There we go, Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much to IPID for the informative report plan. I think it's quite detailed. I would actually think that we shouldn't even have indicators in the police or targets for things like rape and torture and assault and corruption by police officers, because they should be above reproach. So we shouldn't actually even have targets, and it's very disheartening to actually read through these targets, but they are there and we have to work with them. So I will have only a few questions. IPID set a target of only 120 completed GBV and F investigations resulting in convictions over a 5-year period. How does IPID justify such a low conviction target in a country facing a GBV crisis, and what message does this send to the victims when justice is effectively capped at such a minimal level? It is difficult. I mean, as I say, we shouldn't even be having these targets. Consequence management and SAPS accountability, and this is really something that I'm quite adamant about, is IPID measures outputs like referring cases to the SAPS and the NPA, but there is a limited emphasis on actual disciplinary or consequential on criminal consequences. What mechanisms do you have in place to ensure that the SAPS actually acts on your recommendations, and how many officers have faced real consequences as a result of IPID investigations over the last year, not just referrals? Because it happens quite frequently that IPID makes recommendations, but the SAPS does not stick to these recommendations. We even know of police officers in provinces that have technically been fired by the SAPS, and the police commissioner has overturned this ruling. So how are you making sure that your recommendations are actually implemented? And then my last question, Chair, is on the quality of the investigations. Only 30% of your dockets are targeted for quality assurance within 30 days. And I know that you do have a resource challenge, but 30% is very, very low. Why is IPID effectively accepting that 70% of the case dockets might not be timeously quality checked? And how does this not undermine prosecution success and justice for the victims? Because 30% is really a very low number. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Schickling. Honourable James.
Honorable Schickling, you were reading my notes. So let me see, where can I go?
Open a case with IPID.
Yeah, so I want to ask, you've set these targets, I'm looking at page 14. Against what were these targets set? Because it doesn't make sense to me when we say percentage reduction of irregular expenditure balance per year, you know, all these outputs here, it says 60-40. It doesn't tell us the current status of these targets, if you understand what I'm saying. So I cannot tell if the target you've said in terms of number of backlog investigations that are decision ready for the year, you've got 3,500, that is your target. What is the current basket looking like? If it makes sense. So if you're saying you're going to tackle 3,500, what are we sitting with to date? So that's what I would have wanted to see when it comes to your target, so that we are actually able to establish if these targets are reasonable based on what you have, the current basket of cases. So if we can get an understanding of that as well. And then I also think we've heard ad hoc, we've got Madlanga continuing. Any of these members that's been flagged in the ad hoc and the Madlanga Commission, have you sort of done anything in the interim to flag them? I just want to ask, or are you waiting for the report to come before you act? And then secondly, but this is where Honourable Schickling took my question, how do you track your recommendations? Because in the committee meetings with SAPS, we often find that recommendations are made and it is just not adhered to by SAPS. So is IPID actually, do they have teeth? It's like a dog that's just barking that doesn't have any enforcement abilities, because sometimes we know that these members are fired or suspended or whatever, and you find that they still have access to all their benefits. That's the other thing. If you can tell us, give us just case studies of where you've actually made recommendations for members to forfeit their benefits where it has actually happened. Then I actually want to ask, recently there was a case that was brought to my attention, sorry Chair, I just have to get to this, where a SAPS member was accused of raping and sexually assaulting a 44-year-old subordinate in May 2025 and was granted 5,000 Rand bail by the Wynberg Magistrates Court. Now today, I'm not sure how many, like I'm saying, you're not telling us what you have in your basket. What I have in this report is 116 rape cases were reported by end of March. Is that true? How many rape cases do you have? With 65 referred for prosecution and sentencing, ranging from 8 to 25 years in concluded cases. So can you give us an update on your rape charges and what the situation is like there? Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Honourable James. Honourable Dereko.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is on contingent liability and budget impact. The department carries a contingent liability of 108 million in respect to civil claims. So what proportion of the current budget is being directed from the core investigative function to settle the legal claims and liability? And what mitigation strategies are in place to reduce this financial pressure going forward? And secondly, Chair, is on the prosecution and MPA threshold compliance. Only 71 cases were approved for prosecution, compared to 790 cases that were declined by the NPA. So in the previous financial year, this is the current state. So what are the specific measures that you have in place with regard to quality assurance mechanism so that when to strengthen the IPD, the IPID document in preparation for compliance and with evidence threshold required by NPA? And then Chair, the third one is on leadership and stability. Every institution needs stability, and it simply means that part of stability is to ensure that you have permanent management in place. So with regard to the executive director, when are you planning to appoint the executive director? Can you please give us a time frame with regard to that? And lastly, Chair, is on the community outreach. In terms of the report, it shows that you had 40 outreach programs that you had, and you also have 9 rural investigative projects annually across the country. Looking at this program that you have conducted as the department, do you think that they are effective and sufficient enough to carry your mandate? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Maeko. Am I saying your name correctly? I have to practice a little bit. But yes, you can go for it, and then followed by Honorable Mokoena.
Yeah, Chair, I'm being humbly requested by Honorable Mokoena.
Humbly ambushed.
Yes, to come before me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The APP notes a previous 18% deviation in ICT implementation due to the retesting the market. How will the department ensure that the new case management system does not face similar delays beyond the December 2026 deadline? The 8.2 million allocated for forensic investigations seems minimal. Does this budget cover the acquisition of specialized tools and the hiring of experts required? Or how is the directorate planning to go about operationalizing the forensic unit? On the mandate change, with the removal of common assault and firearm discharge from IPID's mandate, what specific referral protocols have been finalized with SAPS to ensure this incident did not go unpunished? Lastly, SAPS disciplinary failure. Out of 796 negative recommendations, 141 cases resulted in no steps taken by SAPS. What specific progress has the Joint Coordination Forum made in ensuring SAPS functions match the seriousness of IPID's findings? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mokoena. Dr. Bila. Did you swap or did she take your questions?
No. I said I'm being humbly persuaded.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem. You can go for it. Sorry, Dr. Bila, last set of questions.
Oh, no, thank you, Chair. Chair, let's welcome the presentation by IPID and quickly go to page 9. Your 9 points start with the reduction of backlog cases. And the presentation states that you are currently developing a strategy, or the strategy is being developed and is being presented. I'm not sure presented where, but if it is available, we will request to humbly share with the committee chair, so that for the committee to at least peruse that particular strategy that you are talking about, particularly on the reduction of backlog cases. And then also on that point, given that the case intake increased by 7% last year, and the backlog clearing rate is sitting at 4,500 per year, is the goal of clearing the backlog within 2 to 4 years still statistically achievable with current staff capacity levels that you are having? And then we will move to point 4, the same page 9, the establishment of forensic investigation unit. The question I want to ask you is that what turnaround time to implement this? Because in my view, the presentation says that you lack skilled personnel in this regard. Now, you are ambitious. You are having this particular target that you want to implement, yet you are less capacitated. Hence, the question is that what will be the turnaround time for that? And we'll move to your point 6, the digital transformation, your ICT plan. You are also indicating that you are going to, I'm not sure, that's why here I need clarity seeking question. Are you currently outsourcing this service? Because you are saying that the plan is up and running. Or is the plan up and running? I need to be sure so that you also take us in confidence as a committee. If you have this plan or you are anticipating to ensure that it is implemented within the department. Now, lastly, if you are going to, let's say you have implemented it, you have it as a plan, are you going to outsource it? Yes or no? I just need that. Then the last point will be on, not the last point, Chair, sorry, and I hope I'm within the time, Chair. Training and capacity development, which is number 8. Here, what are your key critical areas that you are intending to train your staff personnel? Because it's similar as the question that I was raising in terms of capacity and the lack of skilled. So now, do you have have you prioritized areas where you will be training your staff personnel? And then, Chair, the other question will be, the department is advocating for an additional 463.8 million for its expansion strategy. If this funding is not granted by the National Treasury, which specific APP targets will be sealed back or discontinued? And then, Chair, the last 2, why is the total personnel establishment projected to decrease from 438 to 408 posts over the MTF, while active workload remains high at over 14,000 cases? The last one, Chair. The BRRR specifically recommended tracking incidents involving unidentifiable police officers who are wearing balaclavas, no name tags. Does the new case management system include a specific data field to track and report this incident to Parliament? Chair, if time permitted, I will humbly request to come back. Thank you.
You and Honorable Schikkeling are in competition now. DM Boshielo, can I hand over to you to facilitate response? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, colleagues. You said police, we share responsibilities, don't get stuck. Let me start with the question by Honorable James. Honorable James, I agree with you that in terms of tracking the recommendations, it seems we're not there, and we need to improve in that regard. But
The mandate of IPID is very difficult one. Firstly, they have to deal with the discipline of police, but also they must not demoralize them such that they don't do their work. Because if you demoralize them, they don't do their work. Actually, they do. They tell you, IPID will do it. So crime goes up because they're trying to save their skills. So there must be that balance between, taking action or disciplinary action, but also building in terms of you just don't destroy, you build gradually. So the cases now, as I'm talking to you, are increasing. Yesterday, one police from Sunnyside committed suicide. And there are many who are committing suicide. And others now are just getting out of the system with the relevant experience and what. And when you ask them, when you do your exit interview, they will tell you that IPID, no, we can't work with IPID, So we must be able to, I'm saying, to balance between taking action for police who have not doing their work, but also rehabilitate in the process. And because it demoralizes them, actually, they don't want it at all because it demoralizes them. But we need it because police also need some. Somebody to be able to deal with them. So the other issue that is coming on is the metropolis. You can see the problem at Madlanga, where now the metropolis has a lot of cases and they're police. So it means they must come to IPID. I'm not sure whether they are ready, and because they don't even have a budget. And we need to be able to take action in terms of the recommendations. So some of these things we'll just have to look at them. And as time goes on, maybe the adjustment or what the committee will expect you to assist us to be able to do that. The other issue is in terms of the permanent people in IPID. The other problem, it's not a problem, they are changing their organizational structure. It didn't accommodate other units, so they're trying to accommodate it. But also, their head executive director must be at the DG level so that you have that power, which we say that they don't have that power. So as soon as they're done with the organizational structure, the minister will sign it, and then they'll get the right person to be able to do that. As of now, I don't think you'll be able to attract people who will want to come there. And the other one is in terms of corruption and organized crime. There's corruption in the police also, organized crime in the police also. So while other sections are dealing with them, IPID should also come in. At what time or point do they come in? I think that's what we just need to sort it out. In terms of the ICT, I think overall, as we said, we had discussion with China. I remember I went to China, and then we're signing the memorandum to include buying the equipment there. I'm saying this because if you go to Manly, there is one shop there, Smolanyana shop. They sell all the equipment, technology equipment in terms of security. And the owner is a Pakistan. So I'm just asking myself, do you get insight for your security and then just take from the shelf? Or you want something that is really, nobody can hack it, it can be maintained and whatever. So I think we're looking at government to government, and they will be able to be accommodated in that too. Secondly, would want to also train our youth in terms of this ICI. They need upgrading, they need maintenance, they need everything. If we train our youth, we don't have to take them outside. They can be able to do that. And it will be part of also creating some job. It will include the new case management. I was saying in terms of e-docketing, the thinking behind e-docketing was that you have your docket on the system, and if you want to know how far is your case, you have your password, you go there and check how far is it. But as for now, it's like scanning, and keeping them safe, which doesn't help in anything. So we'll also want to also include this new case management so that it give you also like a bank. I mean, every time you go there and you have 10 rand, you still go again, you think you have, at least you have control over what your money is and be able to do that. In terms of the numbers of police, as I said, is a problem. And many are leaving. For sure, you know now that the number of police that we have now are less than what we had in 2010. And the population have shot up to about 63 now in terms of the mid-year. So you need your feet, but also the technology to be able to do that. So as we train 5,500 per year is the maximum that our colleges can take. 4,500 resign. So it's like a merry-go-round, but we need to somehow arrest it, and we'll try to see how best we make SAPS to an IPID to be employer of choice, where people with relevant skills would want to come and work with us. Lastly, the issue of the detectives. I think members, sometime we must have time and just discuss this issue, because you have IPID, which is supposed to investigate, have its own detectives. You have IDEC, which also is expected to have its detective and arrest. And then you have DPCI, which also must have its detectives and everything. You have SAPS, which must have its own detectives by General Tintumule. And then you have SIU also with their detectives. So as a result, the detectives, they cannibalize, this organization cannibalize around each other. So they will give this ones like IDEC will give a little bit of salary and some benefit. Then they move from SAPS, they go there. Then IPID take a little bit, they move there and whatever, because they know it's small kind of thing. So until we found ourselves as the integrated justice system, including the IDEC and everybody, to say, how do we preserve this kind of resource that we don't have, but especially detectives who are trained and who can be able to bring a case to in front of the court and win. We are still going to have this problem. And Chair, with your permission, can I give to Dr. Bila to deal with others? Thank you.
Thank you, DM, and thanks to yourself, Chair. I will start with the question from Honorable Sheikling in terms of impact in relation to our work. Chair, our work speaks a volume in terms of numbers. We be talking criminal conviction. In 3 years, we moved from 43 criminal conviction to 76, and now we are sustaining above 70. So we have moved, and that is our priority. I'm talking about criminal part. And of course, such numbers could be patronizing in that way on departmental. So our work speak for itself. There was a question around recommendations. Then the DM has covered it. There is a critical question around quality assurance. Yes, indeed, we need to improve our quality assurance just to improve our work. But I just have to indicate upfront that our investigation are either prosecutorial driven or guided. So when we have a case, we work side by side with NPA, we are guided at that level. And this quality assurance is to augment our quality to another level. But in anyhow, our investigators are qualified, they can do the work independently, but we thought we needed to increase in terms of value creation so that there is no room for nulla prosequi, which is not necessary. We have all safeguards in that regard. And we don't arrest and investigate. We investigate fully, then we arrest. Once we knock on the door, just be sure that we are done. And we have a prima facie a case because it will have been guided by. And you might have seen in the previous, in the current month that we have been arrested left, right, and center. And that is to improve professionalism within the police. Our work is in tandem with the police just to improve that area. Then Honorable James asked around irregular expenditure, which people will cover. And there was a question, a specific question as to what is the current backlog in terms of actual number. Many Tape will talk to that, but I just want to frame the very same question by indicating that there is measurable impact in terms of backlog reduction. We have completed more than we have received in the previous financial year. And that is a clear indication of our intention. We are very agile and committed to eradicating such. Our backlog is just above, but we'll give an exit, below 14,000. And if you look into how we're spreading off, moving from 3,500 to 4,500, that is an appetite indication that we want to get rid of backlog, and we will do so within reasonable time. The question of the question coming from Honorable James regarding Madlanga matters. Yes, we are dealing with recommendations from Madlanga, and we are still awaiting full report. And as and when we are issued with such a report, we'll deal with those matters and prioritize them. But one also need to acknowledge that there is also a task team within SAPS, which of course is working well with ourselves. So we avoid by all means to duplicate exercise, and we work for one goal. There was a question about from Honorable Dirico, the issue of legal claim. Mr. Ramafuku will deal with that, and also the issue of non-procedure in the main decline to prosecute. Mr. Ramafuku deal with that. The DM has dealt with the issue of leadership and stability within IP. Mr. Xelakai, the issue of community outreach and CMS in terms of outsourcing and insourcing and its value. Then there is a question around the budgetary context around forensic investigation in the 8.2, whether it represents other tools of trade. I'll request you to deal with that. I think I will also request Mr. Pelaka to deal with training and capability development. To what other training are we offering to capacitate ourselves? Then the BRRR, Mr. Ramaphosa, I was not clear on how the question was framed, but if you might have maybe deal with that, Mr. Ramaphosa. Yeah. So, Chair, I'm handing over to the team. Thank you.
Okay. No, thanks, Dr. Bila and Honorable Chair and members. There are two questions that have been requested to address. One is on the irregular expenditure. Honorable James requesting the department to quantify instead of putting percentage, but put a specific amount that we are intending to reduce, and we can provide the amount in writing so that the committee knows the exact amount that we are planning to reduce in the period under review. And then the second one is on the 8.1 million allocated to forensic investigation. As I've indicated earlier on, I said this is not the forensic investigation that is taking place in SAPS or laboratory services that are provided by SAPS. This is just to capacitate our investigation team with the skills that we currently don't have, like your financial analyst, your data analyst, as and when we handle certain matters that are complex, we are unable to conclude those matters. So this 8.1 has been set aside to recruit such a capacity. We have not yet recruited. The DM earlier on touched on the process of the structure. Those positions that we are referring to, they are in the structure that has been reviewed. Once that process has been concluded, we will be able to recruit those positions so that they can strengthen our investigations. And then lastly, to touch also on the tools of trade. Within the Program 2 budget, we have set aside 6.8 million under machinery and equipment. This money will be used for tools of trade to support, amongst others, the new functions that we are planning to establish, which is forensic investigation services. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Cameron, esteemed members of the committee, DM present, Acting Executive Director of IPID, colleagues from SAPS and IPID. I will attempt to respond to the question that has gained the prominence today with respect to the recommendations. I think it was asked by 3 members of the committee, and this signifies the importance of dealing with this in a manner that will remove all the doubts. Let me indicate, Chairperson, that we are grateful to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, having noted the challenges that we had as IPID with respect to the implementation of our recommendations to SAPS and Metropolis, that you intervened by amending our legislation, the Primary or Principal Act, and ensure that Section 18 of the IPID Amendment Act 15 of 2024 deals with this particular issue. The amendment of Section 30 has brought up the mechanisms of dealing with non-implementation of the recommendations by holding management accountable. unfortunately, at this stage, we are depending on the finalization of the regulations in order to have this particular provision of the Amendment Act implemented. But upon finalization of the regulations, there will be a mechanism to ensure that there is enforcement and proper accountability in terms of the implementation of IPID recommendations. So the days are numbered where IPID recommendations would be taken for granted or not be fully implemented. And coupled with that is one of nolle prosequi, the high volume of matters that are declined for prosecution. I think there are two or more variables involved in this particular issue. Firstly, IPID has taken a stance that says we cannot be a player and referee at the same time. So all our matters, criminal matters, are referred to NPA for decision, even if we are aware that this matter would not see the light of the day. We are avoiding a situation where we are investigating and also making decisions as to whether to prosecute or not. We allow NPA to exercise its mandate accordingly. So some of the matters, when referred to NPA, are already dead. We already know that there won't be prosecution. These matters need to be distinguished from those that are undetected or are closed under general closure. So when we have concluded our investigations, we submit an NPA make determination. I don't think NPA is deliberately declining to prosecute where there is sufficient evidence to sustain a case. In the same vein as would not allow matters that we believe prosecution can be successful and we receive a decline for prosecution. In such instances, IPID escalates the matter and we engage the next level of authority in decision making within the NPA. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chairperson, DM, and all protocol observed. Chairperson, with regard to the case management system that is currently under development, I want to point out that the reason why IPID took a stance to develop its own system is that the current system, as the CFO had indicated, it's owned by the service provider, and as and when the service provider decides otherwise, the service provider would then switch off the system, and that is a risk on its own. And the other issue is that when we need to enhance the system, even with the internal capacity that we have, we cannot do so because the system does not belong to IPID. So that then creates a serious challenge. So IPID then consulted with National Treasury that then made funds available for the development of the new system. Now the data centric, which is the service provider, is currently developing the system. We are at 65% of development, and the processes that are still yet to unfold are the testing, the data migration. We have the data in this current system that we are using. the one that we procured from Flowcentric. So it still needs to be migrated. And over and above, we were looking at making sure that there is integration. Currently, the system that we are having is not integrated with other systems within the JCPS cluster. And so it's very limiting that even when we need certain things, we ought to drive to areas. And yet, if we had access to those systems, I will give an example of the ICDMS, which is an integrated case docket management system, which is being used by other departments, your SAPS, your DPCI, and the courts. So you are able in that system to source the technical reports. You do not have to drive a distance to the forensic science lab. Of course, then if you have that system, then you are able to source that information from the traffic department. You are able to also check information on people that are wanted. You are able to know even the records of those that might have criminal convictions or pending matters. So that's the rationale why we took the stance to have an independent system. And with regard to the outreach are mainly one to give access to the communities. We also, just to give context, that we have the access and awareness rural strategy. That strategy it's earmarked to reach out to the people in the villages, the people in the homestead, the people in our people in the farms, the farming community. So we want to reach out to the farming community through the strategy, and also the small holdings. So that was the idea of having this outreaches, and also to share information through the media platforms. And the fact that we also have the call center, we are able to get the opportunity to market the call center when we do this outreaches, and also to build the partnership. So it gives us that advantage insofar as partnership is concerned. And regarding the training interventions that we have planned, there are key ones that we have identified, such as corruption and procurement corruption in particular. We have taken into cognizance that there were issues that were raised around corruption, particularly in light of the committees. So we have then identified corruption as the key training intervention that we should consider. And the other one is the cybercrime. Why cybercrime? We look into the world that we are living in is mainly digital, and we have also observed that many of our cases now, there has to be an element of digital influence in one way or the other. We happen to link the suspects, whether it's on rape matters, whether it's on murder cases, whether it's on corruption, whether it's on torture, that we are able to use this coordinates and so on. And also for our members, our investigators, to understand the laws, your POCA, your PRECA, as to where are they relevant, including the Cybercrime Act, the implications of the Cybercrime Act as well. So those are the key issues that we thought we have to flag them. And also the fraud as well, because it's one of the burning platforms. And we also prioritized the sexual offenses course to just address the gaps within the environment of, if you look at our statistical data on rape cases, that spike tells you that we need to be at a certain level of dealing with rape cases. And that is the reason why we would then want to consider this. And these are the courses that have been approved in terms of the training plan. So we will be able to roll them out to make sure that there is some kind of an improvement. The advantage is that we have got proof that in terms of sexual offenses, particular rape cases, can I have that? I just want to share something that just in the previous financial year in the Eastern Cape, we had 20 years imprisonment for a rape case. And then in GP, we had 8 years imprisonment. And we also had 20 years imprisonment in KZN. And in Limpopo, we had 10 years imprisonment. And Northern Cape, we had 3 10 years, 2 10 years, and 1 15 years. And then we had one in the Western Cape, which is 25 years. And then we have another one, 10 years. So this convictions, or rather the sentences, is a clear demonstration that we do have to accept that we have got a problem of this type of matters within the law enforcement agencies. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Kfelakai. I think, Chair, we have dealt with almost all the questions. We might have missed one which we can deal with it reminded. But all in all, as Mr. Kfelakai was indicating, we are very impactful in our work in terms of criminal convictions, and not just assault common. We're talking rape, we're talking murder. So that's where we are. And when you look into our on the court roll matters, these are cases which are going to court, wherein we have arrested and police officers appearing. We are sitting just below 1,000. We're talking about all categories. We are not proud of this like the DM is saying, but we have got work to do. We don't become too excited, but we have got work to do, and we have to do our work just to clean the police so that it function effectively. The principle, Chair, is that rather you have one police officer who is clean rather than to have 10 dirty police officers. So the police will function very effectively once it is clean. And we are very agile, we are committed, and we will ensure by all means that we clean the police. Thank you.
DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to close up, I know that most of us don't know whether to call yourself IPID, 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 I've all the names. But like I'm saying, this is a catch-22 situation, what they're doing, because under normal circumstances, the target must be 0, or the baseline must be 0. No policeman must be found to murder, rape, or what, because it's their responsibility to protect the citizens from those kind of things. Under normal circumstances, you should not be having work, actually. It should be 0. But unfortunately, we are living in a real world where these are happening. And I'm happy that, as Dr. Bila have said, they're taking action without fear or favor. But I know that they are under threat and under security threat also. Remember, they're dealing with members who have firearms, who have this and all those kind of things. And as they're dealing with their case, in one or the other, they also face security threats, and which we really have to look at them and see how we assist them. Otherwise, we'll also start losing them, and they have knowledge of these cases and everything. Once they taken out, the information is gone, and you can see the criminals now are very brazen. They shoot you just in front of the court or whatever. So we need to be able to do that. And the systems, as I said, we'll just talk with them. You can't get a security system like you're tendering for catering. You know, you need to have something that nobody can hack, or if somebody have to hack it, it must be an effort. And the reason why you see the owner or the owner of your system putting down is because he's got the authority and he's got your information and he can sell that information to somebody else. You know, so that is the danger of just giving a citizen your system. That's why it must be controlled. SAPS now, as I'm talking to you, for sure you've seen somebody selling them a software, 500 million, a software. Not hardware, not a system with everything and what, for 500 million. And now as we take them to court, that's why we're talking about integrated justice system. Court saying we must pay. And we say, what software can you really, honestly, you can't buy software with 500 million. So the court sometimes also, you know, it's a problem, but I think if the service provider is not necessarily coming on board, switching on and off, just switch that person off before we incur more problems and see what we can do. The other one, I think we need to work government to government, you know, as we deal with the security issues, so that if we deal with the government to government, you know, you've got common interest, you've got and all other things. Like in the police, you have Interpol, you know, where all the countries are able to flag and whatever. So the systems always talk to each other. The last one is the outreach. I agree that most people don't, that's what I'm saying. Either you are IPID, you are IPAD, you are IPID, you know, people don't know you and what you are doing. So as we go on, I think we might want to do those. We went to Northern Cape the other day, and then with IPID, and then we had a very successful outreach program. What I like about their style, also the police, they bring all the investigators and everybody. So when somebody come and said, I had the problem, the police did, they direct that person to the right person to be able to take the information there. So something is working here and we need to support it, Chair. And I think I know our portfolio want us to perform very well. They'll be able to support us in some of these things. Unfortunately, the PES, you know about the PES, but we don't want to come here and complain about the PES. We want to come here and see how best can we be able to do our mandate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DM. Colleagues, committee members, are there any further questions you would like to ask? Okay. I'm going to start with the Honourable Maeko, then the Honourable Dereko, and then Honourable Schikkeling. Honourable Maeko, you can go ahead.
No. Thank you, Chair. Let's welcome the response from the IPID, IPID. Yeah. No, Chair. On page 13, I just want to make a proposal stroke recommendation on the first column on the percentage expenditure of goods and service procured from women-owned enterprise. When you look at page 12, the last column on the 2% of the 2% of the people living with disability representation, I think what my proposal will be, it speaks to that exactly. That let's propose the services that must be as well procured from people live with disability. The Department of Employment and Labor has what you call the supported employment enterprise, which is SAE. Now, my proposal, DM, will be if you can benchmark with the department. You benchmark with the department so that you procured the goods that are produced by people with disabilities. Other provinces, provincial government are doing that. I know the Western Cape, KZN, and Gauteng in the main, they are doing the procurement of the goods that are produced by people living with disability. This will then boost the representation in as far as 2% is concerned, including the employment opportunities that are created from the very same enterprises that are owned by these people. So I'm just proposing that so that you add that. The second is on the percentage of lifestyle audit. Here, when the presenter was making a presentation, spoke about the 2025-26, 38% is for investigators, and then the 42% was for SMA, senior management, and so forth. So now the 78 and 100% is for what? Just to get that particular point. Maybe I missed it. And then the last two, Chair, in terms of the social contract, I want to know, can we get from yourselves that we get quarterly written updates, particularly on the backlog reduction, given its public trust issue? And then on the same note, also, I will propose that the APP must also be boosted and empowered if you will be able to table the provincial breakdown in terms of backlog cases by category, so that we are clear as to what is it that we are dealing with. I think, Chair, I will pause and thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Dereko.
Thank you, Chair. I've noted clarity provided by Ntate with regard to the cases that have been declined by NPA. And it then goes back to what we were talking about earlier, intergovernmental relations, because I believe that if you spend time in investigating something and you realize that this thing will not go further, then I don't understand what could be the reason for you to send it to the next entity, because when you send it to the next entity, it then means that you are going to give that entity a job that is not going to be any positive result, which then goes to the resources that are not being used accordingly, because you know that it's not going to go anywhere. So it's going to take time, women resource, and at some stage, even they are going to utilize funds for something that is not going to find expression. So can't you find maybe something like your monitoring and evaluation tool, whereby when you submit that particular case to NPA, they then have their checklist where they check if this thing is going to pass or not, so that it's end at an early stage instead of taking it to them, and it's going to take long time, and after that it then becomes declined. So mine is just to say maybe we need to find a way of simplifying the process in order to save time and resources, so that we are all in a better space, because we have limited resources, we have limited budget that we can't afford to utilize and without any positive outcome. That was just my input on that. Thank you.
Honourable Schikkerling.
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak with my fast voice. I think we must acknowledge what Dr. Bila and the IPID team have done. And I think we must thank you for all your hard work, because I think 2 years ago, we were in a much worse situation than what we are now. So we have to acknowledge it and thank you for it. I remember last year, I think about this time, we also had a backlog of 14,000, which shows me that your backlog isn't growing. And I think the cases that actually go, that are submitted to the NPA for prosecution and are actually prosecuted is increased tremendously. There's a quite big difference. So thank you for that. I think Honorable Maeko actually stole some of my words now. I would like to ask that in the quarterly feedback that you give us regarding the backlog, if you can just add in the cases that have been finalized and submitted to the NPA for actual prosecution, just to say these will not be prosecuted and these will be prosecuted, just so that we can see how much percentage actually go for prosecution and how many are not. That's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Schikkerling. DM?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think most of the questions, it was not questions, it was like recommendations of what we want to do. Honorable Michael, we have heard you about the disability. Actually, there's a factory somewhere in Johannesburg where the disabled people do uniforms for hospitals, for others. And I was asking, SAPS to say who's doing our uniform. That's where we can start from and then grow from there. In terms of the furnitures, also we can be able to do that. So we take your suggestion with 2 hands. And I think we must not do it just to comply with the employment, the 2% or what. Because people who are disabled themselves, they'll tell you that they are not disabled, they are differently abled. So they're able to do something else, not necessarily that, they are totally not. So they're differently abled. So we take the advice with all what that will do. The second one, in terms of the social contract, there is, I think they'll be able to tell you, as you are aware, I think it's a new concept in South Africa. We have not yet found it clear, but we have started somewhere. As you know, we have signed a memorandum of agreement with almost all the metros in our country to say, let's be together and face the enemy together. So the Metro Police, everything, and what IPID also surely SIRA, for guns and all those kind of things. So I think, yes, we also take will be able to do that. In terms of the province, there are some provinces who don't have these offices, like the Northern Cape ones and others. So we're afraid to be overambitious, like you said, it's that we will do in all the other provinces, while we still have the smaller nyana things that we still have to, but it's just in our mind. It's like the forensic labs. We need at least one in all the provinces. So we don't have one in Free State, Limpopo, Gauteng, and Gauteng, Mpumalanga, and Northwest. So if we can have that one, then we'll have the whole print. Then we can come back again and do other things. In the Northern Cape, I think they don't have, so we take it, your advice with that. The other one, I think they will do. Honorable Director, in terms of the intergovernmental interaction, actually, I'm a champion of DDM of Nkangala, together with Honorable Mahlobo. So, quarterly today, actually it's tomorrow right now, we have a meeting where we sit down and work together. Like I'm saying, even the memorandum, how do we reduce crime without fighting each other or over theft? So what? It works well and wonderfully here in Cape Town, actually. They have a technology system where the metro, police, and what work together from the same port. So in terms of that intergovernmental, until we are able to deal with this DDM properly, it will assist. But the catch is, when you talk about intergovernmental and DDM, you are saying bring your budget together and then work from common. But then the accounting, the PFMA is not changed to be able to deal with that. So accounting officers are afraid to give their budget to somebody that they will be able to account. And you know now this, what we call Public Audit Act, where you can found guilty and be told to pay. So I think until we have discussion with the Auditor General and sort out this issue, then the DDM and intergovernmental one, including the PFMA, will be able to do that. And also we have the JCPS cluster, where there is justice, education, home affairs, all the security, SSA, and everything. We're also working together to try to deal with some of the issues. Yes, we still have people who have reservations about it because of this issue of accounting. But I think in terms of the outcome and the overall, we find each other and we try to work with each other. So thanks for also for the advice. We'll see how best do we do that. If you can also assist us in terms of how you think we can best achieve that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Colleagues, I just want to double check if all the questions been answered. I think this is a record for us in terms of time finishing. Very efficient today. So I think we've come to the end of today's discussion. There's nothing major additionally from my side. We will obviously go through all of the relevant work and just study once again what was discussed today. We really want to make sure from our side with regards to IPID that we do what we can in terms of capacitation. I've got no doubt that over the years, IPID has slowly but surely been starved of much needed resources. And it's critical for, if we want to clean up, we need a strong IPID. So it's literally that simple. Thank you for everyone's patience today. DM to you, the Minister and other DM in their absence, Brigadier Mitchell, your role with the rest of the SAPS team as well, and then Dr. Bila to you and the team. We've got quite a few similar sessions in the coming weeks that we will be engaging in, and we appreciate you spending the day with us today. And to the members that made their way here today, thank you to you as well. Honourable James, I haven't heard you so quiet in a while. Oh, is that why? I hope you feel better soon. So with that, I will... oh, I am. It was a compliment. I'm going to close the meeting with that. Thank you very much for everyone's time today. Thank you.